about to cash this check from Rocky Mountain Power for almost
in the election result. We needed a lot less than that, like about 16.9. It would have been in our favor. And we remember the 51 intelligence agents who said Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. Virtually everybody that is looking in this case, including rhinos and even hardcore Democrats, say there is no crime. That it's even people that aren't big fans have said this is it's an insult to our country as the world is already laughing at us. Of arms and legs and facial obliteration. The most embarrassing time.
Chat. Facial obliteration. What's up, Simon's channel? That was one of my first videos. That was like my second video when I was a hobo. What'd you think? Thank you. Thank you for the sub. We've come a long way. Show will be starting in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Chat. Red leather. Did you find being homeless? It sucked. I was like, nah, we gotta fix this problem right now. I'm not sure, but I think I'm heading that way.
75 million
like things are going wrong in your life and you might be homeless soon, or like you want to live without any like obligations or anything and go out and travel and be a vagabond. An absolute perfect phone call. Let's roll it in. Let's roll it in early.
Nobody said, sir, you shouldn't say that. Many people on the phone.
What's up, Simon's channel? That's the speech from Trump after his arraignment earlier this week. What's up, everybody? We're early. I'm going to talk to Simon for a moment. Yeah, which one? There's two options. I want to live in America. England is turning to crap. So you're going to come here and be like a nomad, like a vagabond and travel around? I recommend, if possible, before you do that, save up enough money to buy a van. And then do it in a van. And then you at least have, you're sheltered. You can put a small amount of things that you need to make life more comfortable. I didn't really have a choice. I didn't choose to be homeless. Well, I guess I did, because I chose to use drugs, and that's why I ended up homeless. So it was a choice. I think probably 90% of people who are homeless is by choice. It may not seem like it's by choice, but if you dig deeper into it, in one way or another, it is by choice. Some choice, quote unquote. I don't believe in free will, but some path they took throughout their life led them there. Whether it be, anyway, yeah, van life is an option. Van life is way better. But if you're gonna do the backpacking thing, do something I never did. Train hop. This is not good advice. I mean, it's not good from a conservative standpoint advice, but I don't really care. It's really not bad from a Christian standpoint, because Jesus and the disciples traveled all right. If they had trains that they could have hopped, they probably would have. Traveling around, spreading the word. But yeah, if you're gonna do the backpack thing, at least train hop once, because that's one thing I never did. That I got a lot of crazy stories throughout my life, but I never train hopped. I never jumped on a train and rode it to like another state. That would have been lit. For real. I don't care. What time is it? What time is it? Is starting time? Let me share this out. Real quick. We're a minute before starting time. It's the Dreaded Conservative Show. Monday night, kicking the week off right, as usual. We got a fun show today. It was kind of a slow news week. Also, because the Trump arraignment I kind of have already covered earlier in the week. We watched the speech on a stream, and I already talked about everything. So I'm not going to spend much time on that. We got breaking news: the Louisville bank shooting today. But we're also going to talk about a school shooting that was averted in Colorado. Interesting case there, and then a bank shooting today. We'll talk about that in the breaking news time. And then I'm going to do a deep dive into China and Taiwan, because I really don't know a whole lot about that geopolitical situation, so I want to figure it out. We're going to read a little bit into it. I just know, I don't know, it seems kind of like a Russia-Ukraine situation. like China's just going to take back its little island. But that could have a lot of negative impacts on economies, and I don't know. I think all the currencies are going to be crashed anyway, one way or the other. Maybe that's the arc. Maybe that's the I'm sorry, not the arc. The Trojan horse is the China taking over Taiwan thing. But we'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about some space news, Artemis, and we got rings on Uranus. That's right, we can see rings on Uranus. Yeah. And then rapid fire news, lots of little rapid fire news stories, updates on the woke stuff, woke backlashes for Bud Light, Nike. The Jack Daniels thing, we're going to expose that that's actually from an old story, but I seen the memes popping up. We got meme review, all the good stuff. And then we're going to end the show with a little debunking, as I've done. It's almost the 1 year anniversary of the show. We're on episode 49 every Monday. No break. No Mondays off. Kicking the week off right for almost a year every Monday night. So yesterday was Easter. Every other one I think I got before the holiday, but we did Halloween. We did Christmas. We did Valentine's Day. The true Christian American roots of these holidays, why we celebrate them as Christian Americans, and why they're not pagan. So once again, we're going to have to do it for Easter. At Christmas time and Halloween, I said I'll do it when it gets to Easter. We'll talk about Easter too. So we're going to talk about Easter and how Satan is spreading lies as usual to try to make Christians look dumb, and sometimes they feed into it. So we're gonna debunk the lies, so that if anybody ever tells you, Christians pagan, Christians based in pagan, you say, actually, no, here's why. Okay, so we'll be debunking that at the end of the show. That's what I got planned. I don't think I got no songs or nothing. I don't have any songs queued up. Actually, I think Tyson James put up a new video today. Dangerous. Is this Armed and Dangerous, or is this a new song? I don't know. Let's watch it. Wait, what do I got queued up here? We were listening to the speech as we were pulling in the show. Let's check this out. As everybody rolls in, welcome to the show.
The lyrics are awful, but it's well produced. It
Short
sounds
song.
Professional. It sounds good, and
It's
so
only a minute
easy
45.
to hear those things
Hey.
and not fully take in the messaging in those
Sorry,
words.
where's my chat
it's
at?
so sinister, and putting out the messages that he puts out through music is really, really dangerous.
They say that we dangerous.
What is up, everybody? Y'all know what
is this
this
a preview?
means. This means we have 5 days until Dangerous drops.
I thought it dropped. I thought he said he dropped it today. Maybe it dropped on the platforms. Is this one done? Is this one out? Let's watch this one.
Hey, Salt Lake City. Google.
This is unprofessional, guys. I didn't have a song queued up at the beginning. Let's go.
Today we're gonna learn that being transphobic means you're just normal. And don't forget, a man in a dress is just a confused
What's up,
man in
Robbie?
a dress. Why you ask if I'm transphobic? Everybody
What's
knows
up, man,
this.
Godson?
It's a no-brainer. No debate,
Simon.
the homo's so sick. Satan think he's so slick, but you know I'm on it. If you don't repent, you're going to a place that's
Jumping
so
on a
lit. I
train.
had to
Jesus
take
on
the
a
test.
train. I like
just had to make
Yeah.
sure. Door. But when it said 100, I instantly left the floor, grabbed my phone to call Bryson. I'm so excited about my score.
Oh.
It's official thing, gotta pass the test. It's normal to wanna puke when you see a man with some breasts. What are we to do? They see kids and want to molest. Oh man, get the guillotine. Y'all about to die just like the Philistine. We relentless, that is not how men
like it.
dress. If you say that men cannot be women, you will net less. Politics, they went left.
Robbie, how you been?
Ask me if I'm transphobic. 100% yes. 100% yes. 100% yes. When I took the test, I was so impressed. 100% yes. 100% yes. Ask me if I'm transphobic. 100% yes.
They say that Bryson's transphobic. Wait, this must be a trick. How can I be that if transgenders don't even exist?
Oh.
They say transphobic of the year. How
I knew
did
it was
not
coming.
make the list? I know one thing, it better get updated right after this. Transgender flag up in flames. Burning
Speaking of the Colorado assault that was averted, and the Nashville one.
Now you looking shocked like Pikachu. That's called a mental illness. That's why I stand where you gotta cutting your parts off doesn't matter.
Uganda Knuckles.
You put a wig on in a dress just to look like a monster. This started 10 years ago. I picked the blame on Obama.
We relentless, that is not how men dress. If you say that men cannot be women, you will net less. Politics, they went left.
All right.
That big tent mess. Ask me if I'm transphobic.
right or wrong.
100%
Black or
yes.
white.
100% yes. 100%
No gray area.
When I took the test, I was so impressed. 100% yes. 100% yes. Ask me if I'm transphobic. 100% yes.
Now, kids, don't forget.
This
when
is gonna
you're
get
in
banned.
public and you see a
This
man
song is
wearing
gonna get
makeup
banned
and a
quick.
dress, just tell him to repent. Don't tell him Jesus loves him. A simple repent, because hell is hot'll do.
It's dark and hell is hot. True story. Wow. I like it. Nice. All right, let's get into this Trump news real quick. Not going to spend too much time on this. He pled not guilty to all 34 counts, 34 trumped up felony counts. You know, if you're going to bring charges against somebody just as a smear campaign and you know it's not going to be effective, you might as well trump up the charges. That's where the term came from. That's why they call it trumping up the charges. I don't know if that's true, if it really came from him, but sounds about right. From CNN, former President Donald Trump pled not guilty. It says pleaded. Isn't pled proper? Or is it pleaded? Pleaded not guilty, pled not guilty. Maybe it's like tomato. Pleaded not guilty to 34 felony criminal charges of falsifying business records. Trump surrendered and was placed under arrest Tuesday before he was arraigned in a historic and unprecedented court appearance in which the former president heard the charges against him for the first time. A bunch of BS. And he was like, Arraignment was routine. What does Flipper say? Arraignment was routine. The case is now poised to linger over Trump's 20. And that's the whole point of it, is so that it'll do some lingering. They want to make sure it lingers over that campaign. The Looking Glass. Loud. Hush money. Women claim they had extramarital affairs with them. He denied the affairs. Trump was part of an unlawful plan to suppress negative information, including an illegal payment of $130,000 that was ordered by the defendant to suppress the negative information that would hurt his campaign, prosecutors alleged. We were listening to the speech he gave later that day, after being arraigned. What a president does. You get arraigned on some BS, you're giving a speech in Mar-a-Lago that night. You think Biden could pull that off? I don't think so. It's pleaded for drama. Pleaded. Tesla was not of this world. Teslas are currently electric cars. But you mean Nikolai. Is it Nikola or Nikolai? Tesla. After the arraignment, Trump immediately flew back to Florida. He held an event with his supporters Tuesday evening at his Mar-a-Lago resort, where Trump made his public case against the indictment and previewed how he intends to fight against the charges politically as he runs again for White House in 2024. Somewhere it says the indictment was quickly criticized by Trump's Republican allies, and even some legal experts raised questions about the case. CNN legal analyst Ellie Honig said the prosecutors will have to make the case that Trump committed felonies, because they turn these 34 charges into felonies when in any other case they would be misdemeanors. So this legal advisor for CNN is saying they're going to have to they're going to have to connect another illegal crime to make it a felony. To make their case that Trump committed felonies and not misdemeanors by showing that the falsified records were used to conceal another crime which was not identified in the indictment. One of the complicated legal questions here, and this is quotes, is in order to bump that up from a misdemeanor to a felony, you have to show that those records were falsified to commit some other crime, some second crime, Honig said. You heard the defense lawyers, I think, rightly complaining about that. So they ain't got a case. Everybody knows they ain't got a case. It's just a bunch of nonsense. The next hearing will be in December. Trump responded to the judge when directed to do so during the arraignment and made the not guilty plea himself. There's no gag order put on this, so he's allowed to talk about it. A 13-page statement of facts detailed in plain language how Trump allegedly committed crimes to help him get elected to the White House in 2016. Well, you guys are claiming election fraud. I thought we weren't supposed to do that. I thought, like, you get canceled for that stuff. From August 2015 to December 2017, the defendant orchestrated a scheme with others to influence the 2016 presidential. That's called a campaign. That's what a campaign is. You're supposed to influence people to vote for you during an election. That's what campaigning is. Apparently, it was Tesla that invented the radio and not macaroni. Macaroni stole it from an a-hole. What an a-hole. Did he? Dang. Didn't they say he invented the light bulb too? And the Edison's I mean, is he really that great if everybody just stealing everything from him? Tighten up, bro. Yo, that looks like a naked person, but it's not. YouTube. This is CNN. All right. No gag order. He came out, he gave the speech. We got and then he made a new video on his YouTube. We're gonna check out the video. I didn't make any clips for this show because I've been busy with work and such, and I was busy Saturday. I streamed for 15 hours, I think, on Saturday. Did a tournament and a UFC watch party. So it was the longest stream I ever did. It was chill. Good long stream. Lots of craziness. Tesla is responsible for almost all of what we enjoy. I'm saying he wasn't human, or he was an alien's friend. Dun dun dun. The plot thickens. The plot thickens. All right, let's watch this video from Trump on his channel. It's powerful. Probably going to be some copyright Trump music.
Minded prosecution. This will likely all backfire. In fact, it already is backfiring. Americans are very smart people, and they see what's going on. This is a persecution disguised as a prosecution.
I would dismiss it on its face because it fails to state a crime.
The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. We can't let
it's go time
happen. With all of this being
I don't
said,
know if this is the best time to be coming to America, Simon. Because it's about to get lit over here.
I have no doubt, nevertheless, that we will make America great again.
Oh, let's go. Yo, how do you not get hype from that? How does that not get you hype? I almost want to watch it again. I want to watch it again. We're going to watch it again.
Prosecution. This will likely all backfire.
Bump the volume.
It already is backfiring. Americans are very smart people,
Simon,
and they see what's going on.
This ain't the time.
Prosecution disguised as a prosecution.
You might want to go to Germany or something before you come.
Because it fails to state a crime.
The only crime
I don't like to cuss because I'm a Christian, but some shit's about to hit the
defend our
fan.
nation from those who seek to destroy it. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. We can't let that happen. With all of this being said, and with a very dark cloud over our beloved country, I have no doubt, nevertheless,
I'm about to boo-hoo.
Make America great again.
I'm about to boo-hoo. I'm about to boo-hoo watching that.
I'm about to cash.
I don't
this
care
check
about your
from Rock-
check. Better help or whatever this is. All right, let's watch some highlights. So after the speech, some of my shorts, you know, YouTube stifling my Trump shorts, but there was a little bit of protest action going on. I don't know about that, man, Godson, but he's the fiery sword of America.
Good for you. You're on the wrong side. 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 I'm with you. Get out of here, you old vagabond. Burn this flag. Tear it up. Tear it up. You're going in here and calling all the white people in here
Savannah.
racist. No, I'm calling them dumb Republicans.
No, you're calling them racist. You're calling the white men
people are racist.
That's whiteface, guys. This is a protest in New York. I don't know what they're protesting. The guy they wanted to get arrested got arrested. Why are they protesting? Maybe they're out there to celebrate.
All white people are
Why are you trying to instigate violence right now?
because I'm black and I like violence.
Yeah?
I'm an animal.
You look white.
So
I'm an animal. I'm a black animal. Ah! I'm a black animal.
you ever seen performance art? Obviously not, because
This is my man.
Because if I'm a New Yorker, I'm supposed to be clever and quick-witted and like be able to talk real fast, right? Nah, I guess not.
My manager.
This is called
Manager.
Frank Sinatra. They said teenage girls are going to be wearing my face
Tremendous.
on their shirt at the festivals where you look there and they call it rolling on the ecstasy.
All right. I got couple other shorts for the Trump arraignment in case you missed it in the live
He's
stream.
gonna make a speech tonight talking about what? It's not fair.
Trump?
It's
I don't know what he's going to
yeah.
talk about. I'm not a dang mind reader, future forecaster.
You ain't got no idea, huh?
I think he's going to say something like this. The Democrats are doing another witch hunt. They've constantly been doing this ever since the first day I came down the escalator with my beautiful wife, Melania. They've been trying to get me. Everything. Russia.
Right.
First it was Russia, Russia. Then it was White face is
But
what about
like
the laptop? What about Hunter's laptop? It's going to be something.
Sound about right.
Something like that.
From the beginning, the Democrats spied on my campaign. Remember that? They attacked me.
I hit the nail on the head, I must
onslaught
say.
of fraudulent investigations.
Russia. Ukraine.
In order not to say anything bad about the Hunter Biden laptop from hell.
The laptop. But what I thought about the speech, I thought it was great, and I thought he was pissed. He's getting mad. He's tired of this. He's been run through the gauntlet. I can't believe he's running again. And he's taking one for the team. He's taking one for the team because they're running. Most 99% of men aren't going to be able to handle what they're putting this dude through. And that's why I respect it. Echo, you can't sit on the camera thing, dude. What are you choking on? Did he mess with the camera? All right. But I could tell he was pissed because he was dropping names. He's calling everybody out by name at this speech. So I just clipped it up. Here's some of the names.
Through the Espionage Act. Think of that. The penalty is death, which President Obama has done, the Bushes have done, Jimmy Carter has done, Ronald Reagan has done. Hillary Clinton got rid of 33,000.
Now he's always called Hillary out.
That was okay.
Smith.
Nobody's done it like Joe Biden.
Hey, Smith, quit spamming.
Jack Smith. I wonder what it was prior to a change. Her name is Letitia James. Is the district attorney because he illegally leaked massive amounts of grand jury information. This prosecutor named Mark Pomerantz wrote and published a book saying all sorts of privileged things. And Alvin Bragg's wife confirmed a report that claimed her husband has Trump nailed on felonies. She has since locked down her Twitter account. And they're looking.
Got him. So he was calling out all the names. He was pissed. And yeah, he just had an air of anger about him. But that's all I'm going to talk about that. We're going to move on. Past the Trump stuff because I already did a whole stream about it. I'm not no spammer. I'm not spamming. You are a spammer. You are spamming. You're giving my last name a bad last name. Smith is only for the honorable. There are great Smiths throughout history. You can't be repping the Smith acting like, well, I won't say that. Anyway, let's move on. So we're going to get into the shooting stuff. Touchy territory. Touchy territory because there was yet another shooting today. We'll look into the Louisville stuff. I've looked into it a little bit. We'll talk about that after all the main segment stuff that I put together in the breaking news segment. But earlier this week, there was a school shooting averted in Colorado. So this is from the Gazette, which I think is a Colorado newspaper. And it kind of looks eerily similar to the Nashville situation and the last 4 Transformer shootings, 4 or 5 now. And this would have been the 6th, but it was stopped because I don't know. It almost seemed like a cry for help. Like this person just had some demons in their life, and who knows if they would have really done it. But they had a whiteboard and a floor plan of the middle school, and another transgender person, which I'm about to read from the Gazette. Investigators found instructions on how to build homemade bombs and a whiteboard with the floor plan to Timberview Middle School in the bedroom of a former student accused of planning a mass shooting at the Colorado Springs school, according to arrest records obtained by the Gazette. The Elbert County Sheriff's Office arrested William Whitworth, 19 years old, on March 31st on suspicion of attempted first-degree murder and other charges after Whitworth admitted to wanting to shoot up a school, the affidavit states. Deputies went to Whitworth's home after Whitworth's sister claimed that Whitworth was behaving violently and made references to school shootings earlier in the day. The affidavit lists the defendant as male, but Whitworth's sister referred to Whitworth as Lily and described her sibling as their sister when she spoke with investigators. Eric Ross, a spokesperson for the 18th Judicial District Attorney's Office, told the Gazette that Whitworth is in the process of transitioning to female. Deputies found Whitworth lying in bed, drunk, in a room piled with trash that had several holes in the wall, according to the affidavit. When authorities asked why Whitworth wanted to shoot up a school, Whitworth said, "No specific reason." Whitworth also admitted to being about a third of the way from doing it, committing a mass shooting, the affidavit states. Deputies found a manifesto with the names of mass shooters, political commentators, and more while searching Whitworth's home, according to the affidavit. They also found a notebook with instructions on how to make firearms using a 3D printer, all the ghost guns, all the stuff that's being talked about right now. I think Crowder read the list of commentators. Actually, I kind of want to look that up. I don't know if it's been released. No, it has to have been released because Crowder read it on his show. They also found a note, or maybe it was Fleckus. I don't remember who read it. Somebody read it. And it was a lot of right-wing commentators. What's up, Dean? Robbie, long time. Got that spam in a can, boy. Spam in a can is delicious. Stuff's more expensive than you'd expect. I thought it was cheap for like a big pallet. Nah, it's expensive. Prairie Hills Elementary and Pine Creek High School, both in Colorado Springs, were also listed as targets. So he had these targets, he had these names, but they stopped him. Academy District spokesperson Allison Cortez said the district is not aware of any threats made by Whitworth, whose charges include menacing and criminal mischief, while the defendant was enrolled as a student. Whitworth, who is being held on a $75,000 bond, attended 3 District 20 middle schools for a total of 9 months. Middle and high school. So that's pretty much it. But they stopped him. They got him. His sister called. His family called. Kind of crazy, you know. Like, I don't know. The way his family life is, the way that his sister acknowledges him as a her and this stuff, we're seeing that the negative impacts this is having on society. And I think that's why so much attention is being put on it right now. And a lot of people say it's a distraction. Somebody I know said, all that trans stuff, I don't know why the conservatives focus on it so much and blah, blah, blah. Well, it's in the news all the time and it's constantly being put in people's face and they don't want to see it. So then it blows up on social media. It goes viral. Everybody's talking about it when Bud Light does these Dylan Mulvaney ads. And then they'll start posting the Jack Daniels thing. Am I getting ahead of myself? Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. That's in the rapid fire news segment. We'll talk about all that stuff. But the point is, I don't think the trans stuff is a distraction from whatever you think is the most important evil, whether it be abortion or wars, or if you think that what's going on in Ukraine is the most important thing in the world right now, or whether you think abortion is the most important thing in the world right now, or drug overdoses, or the sexual liberation movement, whatever you think is the most prominent evil, doesn't mean all the other ones are a distraction. They're all equally the problem. So we all just have the ones that we are most passionate about. And I'm really not, I know this trans stuff is sick and I don't like people messing with children, but I don't even like talking about this stuff. Like, it's not something I want to harp on, but it's what's in the news. It's constantly being shoved in our face. And you have these kids who everybody just is accepting of this. If a schizophrenic person is walking into the street talking to somebody who's not there and they're about to get hit by a car, you say, "Hey, come back here." You grab them by the car and yank them back. Get over here. Hey, cut it out. There's nobody there. But this is the only thing where when people got issues, spiritual traumas, it's not mental. It's not a chemical imbalance in your brain. That's all BS. It's a spiritual trauma. And until you explain that, get somebody to, and you can't get them to understand it. They have to come, but you can tell them, you can plant the seed and hope that they come to that realization that no amount of psychology or medication or surgeries or anything is going to fix your childhood traumas and the spiritual damage that it's done to you. It's separated you from God. But you can overcome all that stuff, and you can, but nobody explains that to these kids. Their families, probably the type of person that would say Easter's pagan is who's raising these kids. And then the kid, hold on a second. Hold on one second. Echo, come on. Sorry. Somebody was knocking on the door asking if there was apartments available. Like, why did you come here? Somebody must have told her that I'm like the maintenance person or something. I don't know. That was weird. But now I lost track of what I was saying. But what was I saying? So yeah, these trans kids, they got spiritual traumas, and if you're once you cave to like one form of degeneracy or debauchery or evil, it makes all the other ones. And this isn't just for them. This is like, same thing with a drug addict. You may never be a thief. You may never want to hurt anybody, but as soon as you start doing drugs and using too much drugs, you'll be robbing from people. You'll be breaking into houses. You'll hurt people. It just once you let your guard down so much that you start falling for the lie like that, to that extent, then you're susceptible to everything. Your barriers let down. But anyway, so that happened. They stopped that. And then updates on since we're talking about shootings, and I might as well just pull the Louisville thing into here, but this is all supposed to flow. The Louisville thing is breaking news. So just updates on the Nashville thing. Really not a lot of updates. The manifesto has not been released yet. But they have given some updates on it. So this is from News Nashville 6. TBI director shares new details on the Covenant school shooters manifesto. Nashville, Tennessee. There are exclusive new details about the so-called manifesto left by the Covenant school shooter. Authorities have yet to release what was written publicly, but TBI director did talk candidly about the contents of the manifesto at a Tennessee Sheriff's Association meeting. Roush said what police found isn't so much a manifesto spelling out a target, but a series of rambling writings indicating no clear motive. Investigators they're saying it's inconsequential, but I think that's a lie. I think the reason they're not releasing is what we're gonna look at next in the next article. They searched the Nashville home of the Covenant school shooter, leaving with, among other things, a number of handwritten journals, some videos, and computer hard drives. Roush told sheriffs that the review so far of the material finds that the killer did not write about specific political, religious, or social issues. In fact, a primary focus in the journal is on idolizing those who committed prior school shootings. So they're saying it's like a copycat killer, somebody who's obsessed with school shootings, and they just want it. And it did kind of look like that, assuming everything's on the up and up that we were shown, wearing the camo and the hat backwards and the vest and going in and like acting all tactical and stuff. Like they were trying to, I don't know. This is evil. It's just evil. It doesn't always have to be some political motive or something. And she went to that school. So that's why another reason why I say I don't like this idea of hate crimes. I think it's a stupid thing that shouldn't even be in our laws, but um, it's just evil. It's just evil. And it doesn't matter, if you're a white person and you go do this to a bunch of black people, even if you think you hate black people, no, you hate everybody. You don't love anybody. You don't know what love is. You just hate everyone. You're just a hateful person. So even if you know, you're white and you go shoot up a place full of black people, that's not a hate crime. That's just evil. It's just you don't have to qualify it with hate as if there was another option. It's dumb. It's dumb. Um, she appears to have followed their lead, planning for months and acted alone. What was I? We have teams scouring the internet, social media, talking to friends, but the manifesto hasn't been released yet. Certainly more details will emerge, but at this point, Roush indicated it does not appear the shooter wrote of any particular agenda regarding politics or to target a specific person or religion. Yeah, and I agree with that. Like, just because they went to a Christian school, she went to that Christian school. Maybe she hates Christians, but it's not because she hates Christians. It's because she hates God. She hates herself. She hates life. She's hateful. So it's even if she thought, I went to this Christian school and now I'm trans because I got out of the Christian school, and kids that get out of sometimes when kids get out of Christian school, I saw this a lot with the kids that I went to 2nd through 5th grade with. A lot of them went off the rails. A lot of them went off the rails when they got out of the Christian school and they got put into public school. The ones that did the best are the ones that never got taken out of the Christian school. They did all the schooling in the same school, and they actually turned out pretty good. But the ones that like left sometime between 5th and 10th grade and went to public school, nah. And I'm one of them, by the way. I'm one of those that went off the rails when I went from Christian school to public school. So anyway, what I'm saying, she's one of those kids. She was in a Christian school. She probably had very religious, strict parents. Maybe not. Maybe they just put her in a Christian school. I don't know, because they were rich. I don't know. But, then at some point she got vexed at God and got out of the Christian school, went into a public school. This is just me psychoanalyzing, trying to be logical to explain why somebody might do something like this. Because I don't get to read the manifesto. Apparently, there isn't really a manifesto. This might be lies. They might be lying to us, because what we see here is that the Audrey Hale manifesto from Newsweek release raises major concerns from LGBTQ plus groups. So I'm thinking this is the real reason they're not releasing the manifesto, because they don't want to display what I'm talking about right now, which is that spiritual traumas as a child. Maybe her parents were overbearing. They put her in the Christian school, and she had too much God shoved down her throat from a child. And as soon as she got out and went to public school for something or got out in the world, she puked it all up, and she got vexed at God, and she started to hate God. Said, I'm transgender. I'm going to be a guy, and I'm going to shoot up a school. And, this is just one, trying to make sense of crazy situations in the world, why people do these evil things that they do. Sometimes there is a way you can kind of, but this is why you got to wait a couple years until the JCS video comes out, where they do the well, they can't do an interrogation because she dipped. Same with the dude today in Louisville. He dipped. It's odd that the guns always stop the shooters, but then all we hear about in the press is how we got to get rid of the guns. Lady Seesaw, are you breastfeeding your child? Are you serious, Dean? Anyway, now I'm reading it out loud to the whole chat. If anybody else asks that, it might not be weird. I think I know Lady Seesaw enough that I don't think she would be down. I don't think she's trying to use that formula unless it's absolutely necessary. Police were amazing in Nashville. They're amazing apparently in Louisville today too. They got there in 3 minutes. But regardless, a good guy with a gun stopped the shooters. They were quick to let you know it was a white man, though. The very first report I heard, white male, 23 years old. Usually it's like anyone else asking that is normal, but Dean's a mess. Yeah, you know what he's. Yeah, it's. Oh. What's up, bipedal Bob? Nice to meet you. So the LGBT, I'm thinking the real reason they haven't released the manifesto because I want to read these things. I like criminal psychology. I want to learn about what makes these people tick, what happened, I want to figure out what the spiritual trauma was in their life, so then I can scientifically say that I did a study and I figured it out, and I can show it scientifically to make the more secular people in the world who can't figure this stuff out, make them believe it, show it to them, be like, look, this is what happened in this person's life, and it led to this. If we can show common themes, then it works, of course, because that matters. Hola. Calls for police to release the manifesto that authorities say was written ahead of Monday's Nashville school shooting had prompted concern among LGBTQ plus IIAAPP, low IQ, STD, HDTV, MAP plus community groups who caution against the publication of such a document. While many details remain to be unveiled about the massacre at the Covenant School this week, police have identified the shooter as 28-year-old. I don't want to know about all this. I want to know why they're protesting the pertain to the date of actual event. Some conservatives, like Tennessee Republican Representative Tim Burchett, have called for the release of the document, arguing that doing so would give the public critical information about the perpetrator's state of mind. We need to know what was going through the person's head, and the manifesto should be made public. But groups advocating for LGBTQ rights disagree. Of course they do. It should not be published. Jordan Budd, the executive director of Children of Lesbians and Gays Everywhere. What? Collage magazine. Children of Lesbians and Gays Everywhere. Collage. That's a pretty smart acronym. I'm going to be honest. Collage. Come join Collage. Told Newsweek the focus should be on how this was able to happen in the first place. There should not be such easy access to deadly weaponry. Okay, so blame the guns. Don't blame the trauma that this child went through. Newsweek subscription offers. I don't care about that. What is that? Charles Moran, the national president of Log Cabin Republicans, a GOP organization that advocates for equal rights for LGBTQ plus Americans, also told Newsweek that there are serious consequences for the public release of the manifesto. But I thought there's nothing in it. In this article, it says that there's nothing really in it. It's not that important. It doesn't matter. They're just a copycat. But then in this article, it says that some people wanted it released, but then the alphabet people said no. They canceled the manifesto. I wonder which of these articles was written first. Lori McGinnis, a spokesperson for PFLAG. PFLAG. Dang, that's almost a bad word. If we took that. Spokesperson for FLAG agreed, telling Newsweek that publication of these documents could increase the risk of contagion. She said that while the manifesto could help law enforcement and policymakers identify political warning signs to prevent future tragedies, ultimately the contents don't change the outcome of the tragedy. Oh my gosh. Regardless of the shooter's intentions, the real issue here is the ease of access to deadly weapons in Tennessee and everywhere, of course. It's all about the guns. The guns are the most important thing. So that's happening. Then meanwhile, so then let's actually go over to the Louisville thing. Just look at some updates on that. So let's just check out an article. Let's just Google live updates, Kentucky shooting. Biden spoke to Kentucky governor about Louisville shooting. Man, he gets on these shootings fast. He talks to the people quick. But when it comes to a train getting rolled over that is going to kill everybody, then he doesn't show up for a while. What's up, Biden? President Joe Biden spoke. What we covered here, at least 4 people were killed in a mass shooting Monday at the bank in Louisville, Kentucky, police said. The shooter, identified as a 25-year-old male, was employed at the bank. Police said the shooter's weapon of choice was a rifle, and he was shot and killed by law enforcement, police said. The gunman live streamed the attack on Instagram. police said. The video was subsequently taken down, according to the source. Huh. That's wild. A local hospital received 9 patients following the shooting. 2 police officers and 7 civilians. Officials said 3 patients have been released. 3 are in critical condition, including a police officer, authorities added. I listened to, I don't know, some guy in Kentucky, either the governor or something like that, his speech today. It was pretty, he didn't really talk about the guns a lot. And the officers, the press was trying to get them to talk about the guns. The press was like, what kind of gun was it? And the officer's like, as I said in my report, it was a rifle. That's all we're going to say. And then the governor guy didn't mention anything about gun control or gun violence or anything like that. And I respected that. And he talked a lot about yesterday was Easter and we need to pray for these people. And I believe in prayer. And it was pretty base guy. I don't even know who he is, if he's Republican or Democrat, but let me see. Let me pull it up. Kentucky mayor or Kentucky. It was in Louisville. Kentucky governor. Andy Beshear. I've heard his name before. That's who it was. Was that him? Governor of Kentucky. I think it was him. It says his friend was killed. Yeah, that was him. He was talking about one of the officers was his friend, close friend. Andy Beshear, I think he's a Republican, right? Member of the Democratic Party. Wow. I call it a Democrat based. Man, there's no such thing as a Christian Democrat. What the? Why are you going to do that to me, Andy? I thought you were kind of based because he didn't. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I was distracted, but he didn't say anything about guns. And the officer didn't want to harp on the guns either. They didn't want to focus on the guns. And I thought from the way he was talking about God and not focusing on the guns, I thought he was Republican. Andy Beshear. I've heard that name. Kentucky governor. Kentucky. Yeah, he's a Democrat. Well, that's sad. I guess that's why he never really said Christian or Christ or anything like that. He just said, I'm a believer, pray. He kept it real vague. But yeah, it was a good speech. Anyway, so that Louisville, that happened today. If we find out if he has a manifesto, if they release that, what's going on with that as we get updates. For now, there's not a whole lot of information out. Shot up a bank, crazy dude. Survivor of the workplace gun violence himself. So, of course, CNN is all about the gun violence. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg said he lost a very close friend. Oh, wait. Now, see, this is saying Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg said he lost a very close friend. Thomas Elliott. Greenberg said he was at Elliott's wife at the hospital early in the morning. Painful. Maybe this is somebody different. Is this guy a Republican? Craig Greenberg. They're all saying they lost a family. Craig Greenberg. He's also a Democrat. Okay. Either one, whichever one it was, they're both Democrats, but they didn't say a lot about gun control in the thing. CNN, of course, is onto the gun control. He also visited Louisville Metro Police Officer Nicholas Will at the University of Louisville Hospital, saying he made it through surgery and he's in serious condition at the hospital right now, but he's in great hands. So lots of just shooting stuff going on. I even said it in the stream the other day, the Saturday stream. I was like, tomorrow's Easter. Yesterday was Good Friday. It's been a slow news week. They're not going to drop anything this weekend. There's not really going to be anything to talk about. The only thing that happened over the weekend was geopolitical news about the China thing that we're going to talk about here shortly. But I think I even said in the stream, I was like, watch Monday, something crazy happens. There's going to be another shooting or something, just because that's all that's in the news lately. So, but yeah, it is what it is. The media is going to show you what they need you to see when they need you to see it. So, what's chat saying? Since it's political, definitely a death penalty. Not sure what you mean. Anyway, let's go to the next story. Let's move on. Got to run, just discovered and described. Looking forward to more. All right, later, brah. Later, bye, Beetle Bob. let's move on. We got a swimmer. More Transformer news, unfortunately. Lots of it today. Lots of it last week. Seems to be the focus right now. From the Daily Mail, terrified swimming champion Riley Gaines is ambushed by screaming trans activists and hit twice by a guy in a dress after saving women's sports speech at San Fran State University. Oh, yeah. You know that's going to happen there. As cops say, there were no arrests. Of course there were no arrests. They kidnapped somebody. They literally kidnapped somebody. So, you know, this is kind of the theme for this segment. Was kind of more transanity, but you know, with the Colorado shooter, the Nashville shooter, now these Transformers kidnapped this swimmer. Riley Gaines filmed herself being ambushed by trans activists at university. The swimming champion was forced to barricade herself inside a room. Nike now pays a trans woman to wear sports bras. So that's in the rapid fire news. College swimming champion Riley Gaines has filmed herself being ambushed by screaming trans activists and was allegedly hit multiple times by a guy in a dress following a speech about saving women's sports. A terrified Gaines, 23, and I believe this is one of the girls who lost to Leah Thomas, got like second to Leah Thomas. Liam was forced to barricade herself inside a room at around 3 hours at the San Francisco State University campus last night after a group of activists ambushed her. This also happened to Abby and Kristen. I forget their last names, but they went to a college and Antifa showed up, and then they had to go into another room, a safe room. Ridiculous. That's kidnapping. You're holding somebody somewhere against their will. You're causing them to be barricaded in a room. Gaines' husband, Louis Barker, said he had brief conversations with his wife while she was locked in the room for nearly 3 hours. She told me she was hit multiple times by a guy in a dress. I was shaking. It made me that mad. It makes me sick to feel so helpless about it, Barker said. She was under police protection, was still hit by a man wearing a dress. The prisoners are running the asylum at SFSU. So we got a video. Got to listen to the advertising. Let me pop up this video real quick.
It's just me. I'm good. I'm good. You got me. I'm good.
Look at this guy trying to get close.
I'm coming. I'm good. Trust me, I'm good. Go ahead.
Yeah, this punk. This is what you get when you send your children to college, parents. This isn't an isolated incident. This isn't something. This is the first time this has happened. Because I was just telling you, I was just watching a video yesterday of the same thing happening to Abby, whatever her last name is, and Christian something. She's like a TikToker, like a trad wife TikToker, anti-abortion lady, and the same thing happened to them, and they had to go in a room and be barricaded. The same thing happened at the Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk thing, where Antifa was there kicking in windows and stuff. That's fascist. Rabbits can now give birth through eggs. Nah, unfortunately, no. Oh yeah, we're gonna get deep. We're going deep. We're going deep on Easter not being pagan later in the show. Yep. My opening clip picture that had the bunny and the eggs crossed out. That's kind of jokingly. That's kind of a joke because that's the only thing that can even be closely stretched to say that it was pagan, but it's still a really big stretch. And then whether you see it, anyway, we'll talk about that later. But in the picture that I had it crossed out. That's kind of a joke. You can keep your rabbits and your eggs. Don't worry, it's not pagan. That's dumb. That's dumb.
You're dressed like a communist.
You're dressed like a communist? Look at you, chick. I wonder what if that person tells you you're dressed like a communist. I want to see what the camera person looks like, because what the? Look at how dirty they all are. They all just look dirty and scummy and just, you know? Like they didn't even try to get dressed for school today. I can understand if you're just like at home, but this is in school. I used to like try to get cleaned up for school in the morning, you know? Sad. What a sad way to live. Echo, what are you doing? You have to disperse. So. Oh, is this more? Look at the security. Where's the... You need some bigger security. Look at this dude. And, man. Oh. Sad. Sad. Yesterday was Easter. And it's a sad show so far. Everything's sad. What the? Why is everything so sad? This is nothing nice. And China's about to take over Taiwan.
I'm in. I'm coming in. It's just me. It's just me here.
Let's skip through it a little bit because it's I kind of rather see like I want to see inside the room. I want to see them talking to what was the person saying. I mean, I know what she was probably saying. Women are getting destroyed by men in sports. It's not cool. And all these like little Antifa punks who show up to these things, they're not athletes. They've never played a sport a day in their life. So why are they protesting a woman athlete at the top of her game who's saying, this is not good for women. We're never going to win anything physical ever again. Except for long distance running. and like Ironman, triathlon events or they call them the Ironman, right? Where you do fit swimming. Why do they call it the Ironman if women are just as good as men? It should be the Iron by I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah. Yeah, you're never gonna win tennis again. Nope. You're never gonna win. You're never gonna be a chess champion. Weightlifting, bye. Sprinting, you're done. Every sport ever, you're gone. And then we can see if you complain about how much you're getting paid when you have to compete with men. Get that crap out of here, dude. Iron person. Yeah, it should be called an iron person instead of an Iron Man, because women can hang with men and like long distance running, long distance swimming, things like that. They're lighter. It's like a bird. You're like a little bird, and I'm like a freaking I don't know. I almost said a monkey, I'm like Travis the chimpanzee. Anyway, So yeah, they kidnapped this this woman, and no charges were pressed. Cops didn't do anything. Cops didn't arrest anybody. This video is better.
Well, Mary,
I don't want to watch your ad. So she kind of thick. Here's her speaking. Tell the NCAA stop discriminating against female athletes. So she does have a back, like a people behind her. So, but yeah, you can't be doing that at a school. Disruption occurred after the conclusion of the event, which made it necessary for UPD officers to move the event speaker from the room to a different safe location. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy condemned the incident as an appalling attack on free speech on a college campus. He tweeted, House Republicans stand with Riley Gaines and her brave and tireless efforts to protect women's sports. So TMZ reported on it. Ambush, physically hurt, and conflict with trans activists. So, oh, here's what she was saying.
But there's one more piece I want to touch on. I know I mentioned I got nominated for NCAA Woman of the Year. And so they had a big convention where you go, they honor you,
Okay, she's not a great public speaker. She's probably nervous because there's a bunch of people outside who want to kill her.
name their Woman of the
And they're known for shooting up schools.
Year. And so I went to this convention. It was in January. It was in San Antonio. And so I go to the convention.
I kind of pushed the boundaries with that one.
Obviously not in support because the award was immediately meaningless.
I mean, look, there's people in there who are with that. Look, these are all trans Tifas, and they're in there being quiet at least. But yeah, she was nervous. Socialism sucks. So anyway, that's happening. Let's look into this China stuff before finish. A little space news for you. I need to get some my soda. Need to get my soda. Then get that weird crap out of here. Ain't nobody got time for that. Grow up. All right.
Beta.
All right. I'm going to look into this Taiwan stuff. So I don't know a whole lot about the geopolitics of what's going on with China and Taiwan. So we're going to do a little reading about it. This is from BBC. British. Where's Simon at? Simon left. Where's Simon? Simon left. Simon's from Great Britain. So he could tell us good morning to those in the motherland. It's probably like 3 a.m. over there. What you doing up so late, by the way, Simon? China and Taiwan. A really simple guide. We're going to probably spend like 10 minutes on this one, just reading through all of this because it's a really simple guide. And I need a really simple guide. I need some understanding of what's going on. So, by David Brown. China has sent warships. Oh, that's the new story. Okay, so the new story is from earlier this week that China is staging simulated attacks on Taiwan, and they're broadcasting images on their TV of this is what it's going to look like when we attack you. We're going to have a big ship here, and they're like these. I'll show you in a little bit on this video, but it's like lasers and missiles and ships and tanks and soldiers, and it's a graphic, and they're playing it all day on Taiwan TV. It's like China's infiltrated the satellite feed or something, so all their TVs are showing these feeds. Anyway, China has sent warships, including an aircraft carrier, into the seas around Taiwan. Beijing's latest show of military force followed a meeting on Wednesday in California between Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen and U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. China sees self-ruled Taiwan as a breakaway province that will eventually be under Beijing's control. China's President Xi Jinping has said reunification with Taiwan must be fulfilled in bold letters and was not ruled out the possible use of force to achieve this. But Taiwan sees itself as distinct from the China mainland, with its own constitution and democratically elected leaders. Where is Taiwan? Let's look at this map here. So we need to know where it is on a map so that people don't say, do you even know where Taiwan is on a map? I knew it was off the coast of China. China. I knew it was a chain of islands off the coast of China. Pretty obvious, duh. So here's China, here's Beijing, here's Taiwan, the Philippines, South Korea, and Japan. Taiwan is this little tiny island right here off the coast of China. Okay. Now, Taiwan makes a lot of chips. We're about to read into that, but that's where it is. Taiwan is an island roughly 100 miles from the coast of southeast China. If China was to take over Taiwan, some Western experts suggest it could be freer to project power in the Western Pacific region and could possibly even threaten U.S. military bases as far away as Guam and Hawaii. Guam and Hawaii. Now, I know this is tough for flat earthers, okay? But on a globular rhombozoid spherical shape, and let's say China's right here, Hawaii's like right here, and it's just like boop boop. It's just like a little skip and a hop. Antarctica and Russia almost touch, and then China and Hawaii be like this. They'd be close, okay? Now on a flat Earth map, when we open this up, it would take like 30 hours. I don't know. I just threw a big number out. It would take much longer time. You'd be like, China, why would China want to attack Hawaii? You literally gotta sail around the entire outer ring of the Earth to get over there. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would China? They're so far away. But actually, in actuality, they're actually like pretty close to each other. Okay, so I'm guessing this little island somehow is gonna give China a lot more naval power in this area. You know. Okinawa, Philippines, Guam, the Pacific Ocean. Hawaii's like right over here off the map. So, has China always been separate from China? Historical sources suggest that the island first came under full Chinese control in the 17th century when the Qing dynasty began administering it. Then in 1895, they gave up the island to Japan after losing the First Sino-Japanese War. So all these areas been fighting over Taiwan. Japan had it, China had it. You know, they could all just be one big like thing working together. The land of the rising sun, the Orient, the Asian. If the Asiatic give you any static, pop him with this. What's up, Lord Spike? Protein. How you doing? But a civil war erupted in mainland China between nationalist government forces led by Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong's Communist Party. The Communists won in 1949 and took control of Beijing. Chiang Kai-shek and what was left of the Nationalist Party, known as the Kuomintang, fled to Taiwan, where they ruled for the next several decades. China points to this history to say that Taiwan was originally a Chinese province, but the Taiwanese point to the same history to argue that they were never part of the modern Chinese state and was first formed after the revolution in 1911, or the People's Republic of China that was established under Mao in 1949. That's Chiang Kai-shek. The Kuomintang has been one of Taiwan's most prominent political parties ever since ruling the island for a significant part of its history. Currently, only 13 countries, plus the Vatican, recognize Taiwan as a sovereign country. The Vatican, and they got some power. China experts consider exerts considerable diplomatic pressure on other countries not to recognize Taiwan or to do anything which implies recognition. Now, do we recognize Taiwan? Are we one of the 13 countries that recognize Taiwan as independent? Can Taiwan defend itself? China could attempt to bring about reunification by non-military means, such as strengthening economic ties, but in any military confrontation, China's armed forces would dwarf those of Taiwan. China spends more than any country except the U.S. on defense, and could draw on a huge range of capabilities from naval power to missile technology, aircraft, and cyber attacks. But Taiwan makes all the chips. Much of China's military power is focused elsewhere, but in overall terms of active duty personnel, for example, there's a huge imbalance between the two sides. China and Taiwanese armed forces. This was chat. Doing fine, thank you. See, you are also. I'm doing well. All is well. So, how pollution is causing a fertility crisis? I'm not surprised. Blame the pollution. Anyway, Chinese and Taiwanese armed forces. So total active forces, China has 2,035,000. Taiwan has 169,000. This looks very similar to what's going on with the Russia-Ukraine situation. And is it going to be another proxy propaganda war that we're going to have to start sending Taiwan money when it takes China 4 years to take over Taiwan, even though they have dramatically more military power? They're just not going to be able to do it. The same thing that Russia is just not able to take over Ukraine yet, and we just have to keep sending them money. I think it's all lies. It's all lies. It's all BS. Ground forces. If China won Taiwan, China take Taiwan. There ain't no fight back. Okay, it just happened. It'll just be over. But watch, it's going to be another 4-year debacle for the military-industrial complex to get rich. We're going to have to, politicians are going to have shell corps set up in Taiwan because we're going to be sending Taiwan so much money, funneling money in to save Taiwan. Awesome. Ground forces, a lot more. Navy, a lot more. Air Force, a lot more. Reserves. Ooh, Taiwan has more reserves. Taiwan have more reserves, which is arguably the least important of the forces, but Taiwan has more than triple the amount of reserve soldiers. Tanks, Taiwan's losing. Aircraft, nope. Submarines, Naval ships, nope. Artillery, Taiwan's slacking, but Taiwan got a lot of reserves troops. So yeah, Taiwan's in a big trouble, a little bit of trouble. Is the situation getting worse? Relations between Taiwan and China have deteriorated. I'm starting to speak Chinese because I'm saying all these Taiwan and China. Deteriorated sharply following a visit to the island by the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in August. Wait, relations between Taiwan and China deteriorated sharply following a visit to the island by the then U.S. House Speaker, thanks Nancy, in August 2022. Right around, wasn't that during COVID time? She just hung out in Taiwan. Beijing, no, that was after COVID, I think. 2022, August, yeah, it was after all the COVID. Well, I mean, after the serious depths of the COVID depravity. Everyone in this world is a liar. Get used to it. That's not true. That's a lie. That's a lie. You could be made perfect, not be a liar. Stop lying. Just stop lying. That's all you got to do. Maybe you used to be a liar, but you don't have to keep being a liar and identify as a liar. Beijing condemned Miss Pelosi's visit as extremely dangerous. China launched a series of military exercises, including a firing of ballistic missiles focused on 6 danger zones. I went through the danger zones. Pelosi did too, around Taiwan, 3 of which overlap the island's territorial waters. Taiwan said the move, which forced ships and planes to find routes around those areas, violated its sovereignty and amounted to a blockade. Tensions between China and Taiwan had already been increasing. In 2021, China appeared to ramp up pressures by sending military aircraft into Taiwan's air defense zone, a self-declared area where the foreign aircraft are identified, monitored, and controlled in the interests of national security. Reported incursions into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. So this be China. This is a little graph action. This is a little graph action of China, how many times they were making incursions into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. China's just saying, we don't give a F, Taiwan, about your air defense security zone. So you see the frequency really spikes up in between July and January of 2021 and 2022. Quite a bit up here. We get up to almost 50 incursions in one little time frame here. And the frequency is not going down. If anything, it's getting worse. So the numbers of aircraft reported peaked in October of 2021 at 56 incursions in a single day, with Taiwan's defense minister saying relations were the worst they had been for 40 years. Since then, there have been 22 days with more than 20 incursions reported. Taiwan made data on plane incursions public in 2020. China's Coast Guard claims it has legal authority to stop and inspect shipping in the area around Taiwan. On Wednesday, it said on-site inspections on some vessels would commence. Taiwan has objected to the move and has instructed Taiwanese vessels not to cooperate with attempts to board and inspect them. Why is Taiwan important for the rest of the world? They make chips. Taiwan's economy is hugely important. Most of the world's everyday electronic equipment, from phones to laptops to watches and game consoles, are powered by computer chips made in Taiwan. I'd argue that most of those things are detrimental to humanity and not helping us. It seemed like they were helping us for a while, but I think it was better when it was a simpler time where you didn't have a smartphone and a laptop and a smart TV, and you maybe had a black and white television and a radio, and it was all made in America. I think it was a better time. You went out and plowed some fields. No graph action. Why is Taiwan important to the United States? Has to do to what United States has to do? Because they make chips. That's what we're saying right now. Taiwan dominates the global production of computer chips. Global foundry market share by country and company 2021. Taiwan makes 65% of the chips in the world. China only makes 5%. China ain't doing nothing right. You can't be making good chips with communism. It doesn't work. Communism doesn't work. Everybody's poor. Everybody's miserable. Life is monotonous and boring. Make those chips come from a different land. Well, I don't know how they get the material. The rare earth is mined in China, but you don't need rare earth. You need gold. You need gold for chips, and I don't know what else. But Taiwan makes a lot of chips, apparently. Joe Biden said we're going to be making all the chips, though. Joe Biden said if he gets elected, we're taking over the chip industry. I call BS on that. I don't think it'll happen. I think Joe Biden's probably getting a big cut for letting Taiwan make so many chips. TSMC is a so-called foundry, a company which makes chips designed to consumer and military customers. And military customers, of course they do. There's a vast industry worth almost, I wonder how much USMC, is that, or UMC, PSMC, that's not Marine Corps, is it? I wonder how much of it goes to military and how much goes to cell phones, and I wonder how much of it goes to Chinese surveillance equipment. Despite the recent tensions between China and Taiwan, if Chinese takeover in Taiwan could give Beijing some control over one of the world's most important industries, chip making. That's the issue here, guys. Your cell phone, your TV, all your chips are made in Taiwan. If China takes over Taiwan, well, now they own all your chips. Are the tiny Taiwanese people worried? Despite the recent tensions between China and Taiwan, research suggests that many Taiwanese people are relatively untroubled. In October, really the only reason, and I don't know if anything's going to happen, the only reason I'm looking into this is because there's updates about it we're about to get into. But first, I wanted to get informed, get caught up, understand all the issues, what's going on, because I really didn't know a lot about this situation. So we're learning right now. We're doing some live research and learning. Okay? A little more graph action here. Most Taiwanese people do not think there will be military conflict. People were asked if they agree there will be war between China and Taiwan eventually. 7% strongly agree, 21% partly agree, 40% partly disagree, 23% strongly disagree, 7% don't know or have no opinion. So only 28% agreed at all. So that's telling. That's telling that people aren't all that worried about. Shut it all down. The proportion of people in Taiwan who identify as Taiwanese has risen. So they're starting to get a national identity. But are they comfortable? Are they just too comfortable? They have a national identity. They say, we're Taiwan. We're not China. You know, almost 60%, more than 60% identify as Taiwanese now. Whereas in 1992, there was less than 20% who identified as Taiwanese. So as we see here, the graph action shows that from 1992 to 2021, the amount who identify as Chinese, the Chinese, has dropped from 25 to near 0. The ones who don't know what they are has gone from 10 to near 0. I don't know what I am, so I'd be in that category. The ones who identify as both has kind of stayed the most consistent. So 50 in 92, almost 50%, down to 30% in 2021 identify as both. But the amount that identify as Taiwanese has skyrocketed from less than 20% to above 60% in the past 20 years. So they're getting a national identity. But this graph showing that they're not worried about China attacking. Meanwhile, now, of course, this was all made. This report from BBC is before the current events. This could actually be this. I'm not sure when this is from. 4 days ago. Oh, it's 4 days ago. So, all right, never mind. Never mind. So, and this is the most recent study as of. This is from 4 days ago, October 21. And this is from. Replied that they did not. 64% replied they did not in 2021 of October. So most of the people don't think anything's going to happen, even with what they're seeing now. I wonder if that number has changed. This is research carried out in October 2021. Now that they've seen what's happening, what's being played on their TV, I'd like to see this study done again and see how much it changed. Because maybe they're not, maybe their booty hole's clenching up a little bit right about now because Taiwan ain't playing. So that's all the graphs. Let's look at what China is doing over there right now in Taiwan. This is a 5-minute clip, so I'm going to take my break during this clip, and then I'll come back. We'll finish up. We'll do some space news, and then what happened to militaries, global economy if China invaded. Yeah, listen to this clip. I've already watched this clip, but I'm going to play it for you guys. And I will be graph action is violence. All countries need to take each other into concern. I don't know about. I'm just worried about America, honestly. I'm concerned with other countries if they're trying to mess with America. Then I get concerned. And that's the military job, is to protect us from that. But not to go sticking our noses in and paying for everybody else's wars and these big fake warlord politicians. The military industrial complex and all these other industrial complexes getting rich off of death. That's not good. That's not Christ-like. Christ-like is mind your own business, spread the love of God. And if somebody messes with you, you discern when it's right to turn the other cheek or when you got to be eye for eye. There's a time for everything and everything in its time, and you discern, okay, somebody put their hands on me, but they're kind of retarded, so I'm just going to back off. I'm going to be the bigger man. Or, if somebody's threatening my family, I need to drop this mofo right now, kind of thing. You know when it's necessary and when it's not. That's discernment. And our country should be just like that. We don't start fights, we finish them. If it's even necessary to fight. Sometimes we just walk away. But let's play this video. I'll be right back.
Have simulated strikes on Taiwan. China has deployed dozens of jets and vessels encircling the island.
Check this out. This is crazy.
Straight day of military drills.
This is crazy. Watch when they show the graphic that they're playing on Taiwan TV of what it's so funny. That graphic was crazy.
Simulating precision strikes on Taiwan.
Lasers. They got freaking lasers on their boats. That's wild. So yeah, China is attacking Taiwan. Mountain Dew voltage. Good stuff. All right. But I do want to look at one more thing about this China-Taiwan stuff. What would happen from Business Insider? What would happen if China invades Taiwan? A Chinese invasion of Taiwan is a real and dangerous possibility that could wreck armies and ruin global economy worse than the 1929 stock market crash. It could be only a matter. I'm not going to read the bullets. Yeah, I'll read the bullets. It could be only a matter of time before China invades Taiwan. Experts say the military and economic impacts could be catastrophic. And not, I hate bad writing. Experts, proofread your stuff. Where is your editor? Experts say the military and economic impacts could be catastrophic, and not just for China and Taiwan. The conflict could bring about global recession and significant military losses. Separate from mainland China by a narrow strait, Taiwan faces constant threat from a powerful neighbor that claims the island as an inseparable part of its territory. Beijing continues to view the island's democratic government as a challenge to its authoritarian rule and has never taken the use of force off the table to get what it wants. In October, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said China might take steps to annex Taiwan on a much faster timeline than previous thought. Whether it's 2030, 2027, 2025, or even this year, experts say it could wreak havoc on the global economy and take a devastating toll on the militaries involved. I bet if Trump was in office, he would shut that down. The U.S., which has armed Taiwan with everything from, here we go again, we've been arming Taiwan, from air defenses, just like Israel, just like Ukraine, systems to anti-ship missiles to fighter jets, is not required to intervene if China invades Taiwan. But President Joe Biden is a bitch, and he probably will, has broken away from strategic ambiguity and said that the U.S. would come to the island's defense. Of course he did, if China invaded, meaning that if a fight breaks out over Taiwan, it could get messy in a hurry. Of course, with Joe Biden in charge, of course it'll get messy. War games say China likely loses, but nobody wins. What? War games say China likely loses. Beijing has noticeably intensified its military, diplomatic, and political pressure against Taiwan and increased its provocative and destabilizing actions, the U.S. Department of Defense wrote in a 2022 report on China's military. There's a picture of a guy with a rocket. We'll get out of this. And I'll just read. The Chinese People's Liberation Army is spending more time carrying out drills focused on seizing islands by force and flying more bombers, fighters, and other aircraft near Taiwan, the Pentagon reported. Though China's actions have stirred fears of a possible Chinese attack, the U.S. military assesses that an invasion of Taiwan would prove extremely difficult for the Chinese military. It would likely invite intervention from other militaries, strain the Chinese People's Liberation Army, and create political and military risks for the Chinese leader Xi Jinping and the ruling Chinese Communist Party. The Center for Strategic and International Studies recently ran war games looking at how a large-scale Chinese invasion of Taiwan might play out, and the outcomes were bleak for China, but also for everyone else involved. What are these war games? What kind of war game is this? Any war game I play, China's winning. If I'm playing Risk and I got China and you got Taiwan, I'm winning. No questions asked. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean if the rest of the world gets involved? Oh, okay. So we're just going to destroy the whole entire world's economy instead of just letting China have its little island back. It has a coastline, a huge coastline. Is this little island going to really help them attack Hawaii better, America? That's what they'll tell us. That's what they'll say. They might attack Hawaii if they get Taiwan. You don't think they could attack Hawaii without Taiwan? They can if they wanted to. And we'll see the right and left picking sides. We don't need to pick sides in this. We don't need to pick sides in Russia versus Ukraine. We don't need to pick sides in China versus Taiwan. Let them do their thing. Let them go crazy, whatever. That ain't none of our business. We got problems here. We got our own American problems. Soft hands and lasers. They do got lasers, though. They probably stole them from us. Stanley Kubrick probably invented the laser, and then the Chinese stole it. The Chinese man stole it. One important condition for Taiwan's survival, the Washington-based think tank noted, is that the island must be able to withstand the initial Chinese assault and avoid surrendering before U.S. and partner forces can get involved. That ain't a war game. You can't play war games where it's like, would Taiwan win against China? The answer is no. Would China win against Taiwan, America, the United Nations? I don't know. NATO isn't involved in that. That's a European thing. I don't think that would have any. But the United Nations and the World Economic Forum, we're going to send them money. Maybe we'll get them. Anyway, the atomic nuclear fusion bomb was a gift sent from God because those bombs stopped so much. Yeah, if you believe they're real. If they're real, that might mean. I mean, I'm questioning it. It's questionable that such thing as a nuclear bomb even exists. It's questionable. Might just be a giant thing of dynamite. Like a really big ball of dynamite. I don't know. Is it really splitting an atom? Is there really radiation coming off of it? We'll do a deep dive into that one day. I might have to have Stubborn help me with it. Speaking of them, where's that crowd at? Where's Stubborn one? It's all right. In most scenarios, the United States, Taiwan, Japan defeated a conventional amphibious invasion by China and maintained an autonomous Taiwan. CSIS summarized in its report on the simulations. However, this defense came at high cost. The United States and its allies lost dozens of ships, hundreds of aircraft, and tens of thousands of service members. So let's send the boys. Well, now we got a lot of confused people in the military too, but send the boys out there. Send them out to Taiwan. Send them out to Ukraine. Let's just have thousands of other young American men dying. The ones who are willing to fight. Let's just go send them to die of some worthless war. It's just going to make the right people rich and the wrong people poor. And we're the wrong people. It's going to make the whole world poor except for the people who are selling the, weapons and working both sides, and what a mess. But yeah, so that's the China Taiwan stuff. Threats to company could once spell catastrophe. Taiwan is home to TSMC, the world's biggest chip maker. So a lot of focus on the chips. We gotta have the chips because we gotta have our cell phones. We gotta have our laptops. We gotta have digital stuff getting plowed into our brain all the time. Oh, God. Okay, that's enough about China and Taiwan. And then in the main stories, we got two more quick space stories. I know the flat earthers are going to love this. I know we talked about in a recent stream that I think I'm skeptical. I'm on the fence on the moon landing. I went from believing it as a kid to questioning it and not believing it fairly recently in the past 3 years. And now, just recently, I think I swung back to believing in it. I don't know. There's questions. I don't know where I stand. I'm going to stand in the I don't know. It's questionable. But assuming we did land on the moon in the 60s, I find it odd that Artemis 2 mission meet the 4 astronauts to make the historic trip around the moon in 2024. I saw this on Facebook and I commented and I said, wait, we landed on the moon 6 times in the late 60s and early 70s, but now flying around the moon in 2024 is historic? What's historic about that? That's something we've been done that. We already know what's out there. Ain't nothing out there. We already did that, right? I thought we already did that. So when I see stuff like this, then it makes me question it again. When I hear Elon jokingly saying that we never went to the moon, when I hear Obama slip up and say that we never went to the moon, it makes me question it. Now it's 2024 and we're just now going to slingshot a rocket around the moon and come back. I thought we did that in the 50s. When did we do what the? So we're just now going to fly around the moon. It's historic. They said it's historic. Orlando, Florida, NASA, and the Canadian Space and we're working with the Canadian Space Agency now. CSA have announced the 4 astronauts who will blast off on board an Orion spacecraft on an out-of-this-world mission that will take them on a 10-day journey around the moon in 2024, which we've already landed on. Supposedly, we already landed on the moon like 6 times in the 60s. Now it's 2024, and they're making all this fuss saying it's historic that we're flying around the moon. Kind of weird. And it's a very diverse crew. We got a diverse crew. We got Commander Reed Weissman. Served as a flight engineer aboard the International Space Station for Expedition 41, according to NASA. During that 165-day mission, Weissman and his crewmates spent hundreds of hours conducting research in areas like humans, physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. They completed a record of 82 hours of researching in a single week, NASA added. That mission was Weissman's first, which included almost 13 hours of spacewalking, NASA said. Now, assuming whether the moon landing in the 60s was true or not, I do think that, at least I hope it's true, that this thing's actually going to fly around the moon. And they got new orange and black spacesuits. George Santos was saying they look fantastic. Pilot Victor Glover, Victor J. Glover, that's Danny Glover's son, Jr., was selected. I don't know if that's true, by the way. That was a joke. Was selected as an astronaut in 2013 while he was serving as a legislative fellow in the U.S. Senate. According to NASA, he most recently served as a pilot, second in command on the Crew 1 SpaceX Crew Dragon named Resilience, which landed on May 2nd of 2021. It was the first post-certification mission in SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft, blah, blah, blah. We got Jeremy Hansen. He looks cool. He's from Canada. Never mind. Not so cool. I'm just kidding, Canada. We got a Canadian guy. We got American guy, American black guy, a Canadian guy. And then we got Christina Koch. I hope I'm saying her name right. I hope it's not Coach. It could be Christina Coach, but it's spelled like Christina Koch. Anyway, we got a woman. This is the first woman to do a spacewalk. Christina Koch was selected as NASA astronaut in 2013 and served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station, Expedition 59, 60, and 61. According to NASA, Koch set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 days. Oh, Lord. Is she the pilot? She's the mission specialist? Oh, Lord. We got affirmative action moon mission now. Now, see, if 2024 we got affirmative action historic moon mission, I think that gives credence that we've at least been around the moon before. Because like back then, it was just a bunch of Christian white men who wanted to go explore something. Now it's a diverse crew of unique individuals and inclusivity and equity. Oh, she did a spacewalk, longest time in space, first woman, Christina Koch. Thank you, Christina. Is she Canadian? No, she's American. There's only one Canadian on the flight. Oh, it's going to crash and burn like the Challenger. Oh, no, I don't want to. I hope not. What's up, Broski Bear? Long time no see. NASA says the approximate 10-day mission will test and stress the Orion spacecraft's life support systems to prove the capabilities and techniques required to live and work in deep space. I thought we did that already, but we're going back to the moon, and Canada is at the center of this exciting journey, said blah, 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 blah. Anyway, that's cool. We'll keep up with it when it happens. Historic liftoff of NASA's new moon rocket.
Windows are created and installed with different levels.
I don't need to watch that. But look, there's new spacesuits. I don't want to watch the ads. It's going to play ads. Yeah, I don't want to watch the ads, but there's new spacesuits. They're orange and black. Billy successful launched on an unscrewed Orion on top of the SLS rocket in November and took a 1.4-mile journey around the moon that tested the system before. That's what happened. I reported on that back in November. That rocket that flew around the moon, and we were looking at the footage. Now, I guess that was unmanned. Yeah, I guess that was unmanned. So it's like, yeah, we went and landed on the moon in the 60s. Now we got to send an unmanned rocket just to test it out to see if it can make this flight around the moon. And and then send a manned mission up. I don't know. Something smells fishy. But in other news, the James Webb, which I do believe is a real thing. I do believe there's a gold-plated satellite in the sky and that it's a giant mirror and it's huge and it's capturing reflected light off of planets that are very far away and galaxies and all that other stuff. I believe that. I'm down. I believe there's a satellite war coming, an information war. Whoever controls the skies, whoever controls the low Earth orbit with the satellite networks. The space station is just for research and science. The space station is not going to be what's going to take over the world. It's going to be the satellites that have freaking lasers on them and hyper missiles and things like this that are going to, whatever country has that web of satellites, whether it be Elon, whether it be China, whether it be Space Force, SpaceX, NASA, whoever sets up that network of satellites and controls the internet, controls the information, has lasers and Project Bluebeam and I'm down with the satellites, guys. So in our other last space news, the James Webb Telescope came back with pictures of Uranus. NASA releases new images of Uranus. Guys, did you guys know NASA had pictures of Uranus? There's a lot of man-made equipment. Can't crack the firmament. Ah, the firmament already broke and came down. That's what the flood was. That's what the flood was. I believe there was a firmament, and it was a dome, and it was a water dome around the earth. And when the flood happened, that was the firmament breaking. That's what it says in Genesis, the firmament. The firmament separated the waters from the waters. So there was a water on the earth, and then there was water in the sky. This also explains why people live much longer. The golden age, when people lived 900 years, is because the firmament, this layer of water, was like a thicker atmosphere. So radiation from the sun couldn't get through. You don't get cancers, you don't get skin cancers, you don't get the exposure as much. It's like you're living in a terrarium where it's just perfect humidity, no rain. Before the flood, there was no rain. That's why when the flood happened, people were like, what are you talking about? It's gonna rain. Water's gonna come from the sky, but it was very humid because it was as if they were in a terrarium, because that was the firmament, which was the dome of water around the earth. And then when God cracked the firmament, broke the firmament, and the firmament came down, that was the flood. That was the first rain. And then that's when people's lifespan started getting shorter and shorter and shorter, because they had less of the firmament was not that thick layer of water protecting them from the solar rays. And then you start getting cancers and things like that. So there you go. There's all that for you. But anyway, did you guys know NASA has pictures of Uranus? And they've released them. New images of Uranus could unravel. That's what Uranus looks like close up. Dean. Guys, I saw Uranus just now. Look at that. That's Uranus. It got rings around it. Look how the light curves and it looks spherical. Why? You think every other planet that we could visibly see with our eyes is spherical? And yes, a telescope is nothing but a giant eyeball. I've talked about this in depth. A telescope, a camera, a lens, a mirror, they all act with refraction and light refraction. And it's the same thing an eyeball does. When we see through a telescope, it's just magnifying our vision. It's just doing what our eye naturally does, but stronger, you know? But yeah, that's Uranus. Close-up of Uranus. I just wanted to show you guys new close-up of Uranus. Stunning new images. It should be opening and closing. Oh my God. Okay, that was a good one, Dean. But that's it for all the main story news. That's all we got. Oh. Wow, Dean. That was good. Guys, that's all the main story news we got. We spent a lot of time on news. Let's get to some fun stuff. Let's check out some memes. Let's do the meme review. It's time for the meme review. We'll do the meme review. We'll do some funny reels. And then we'll do the rapid fire news. And we'll just burn through some of those articles, not spend a lot of time. You know, the rapid fire news is just small news stories. We don't got to focus on too much. Make some jokes, crack some jokes here and there. We got developments to the Mulvaney issue, the Mulvaney conundrum, Bud Light, Nike stepping up saying, yo, we need this transformer to put on a sports bra for us right now, because we see what's happening, how amazing, the amazing response Bud Light's getting from this. We'll talk about the Mario movie getting bad critic ratings. They say that they're trying to Me Too Bowser. They're trying to Me Too Bowser. They're trying to say Bowser is a toxic, misogynistic, like kidnapper because he kidnaps Peach. You know, they're trying to Me Too Bowser. They don't like Chris Pratt, so they're trashing on Mario. We'll talk about all that stuff in the rapid fire news. We'll talk about the touch on the some political news from the Hill, the Texas abortion drug, mifepristone. We got some entertainment news, a little bit of local news, all that stuff coming in the rapid fire news. But for right now, for this moment, let's get into the memes. It's meme time, baby. I always gotta check through the memes, make sure I don't got any inappropriate pictures, you know, that these honeys be sending me. All right, we're good. All right, let's check out these memes. I almost got banned by a meme group this week. Not that I care. I really don't even want to be in the group. I just go in there to take the memes. And if anybody says you shouldn't steal memes, listen, I don't steal memes. I do a meme review. All we do is look at the memes. I never said I made these memes. I don't claim these memes. And to be honest, anybody who shares a meme is stealing the meme too. Nobody knows an original meme maker. Nobody knows the name of the person who made your favorite meme. With the SpongeBob meme, who made it? You don't know who made it. The meme with the dude looking back at the girl, who made it? You don't know who made that meme. So nobody's stealing memes. But yeah, the meme group, the meme group with the whack admin lady who hates Jesus and hates Easter. Anyway, if you know, you know. Let's do some meme review. It's time. We need to go full screen. Thailand bikinis now come with a safety warning. We got to zoom in on this. What's the bikini say? What, girl? May contain nuts. Oh, no. I said that's a double entendre because it could mean that she's a ladyboy, which in Thailand, that's they call ladyboys. Could be a ladyboy, or this could also be a joke. I mean, with the Thailand thing, they're implying the ladyboy, but you don't even have to have the Thailand. You could just have that for women, period. Promiscuous women, may contain nuts. Just saying. Let's move on. It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. It's debatable. Yeah. Frankenstein's alive. Fish is alive. A plant is alive. A baby in a mother's womb. I don't know if that's life. I don't know about that one. Yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Science Guy. When you realize that Oprah didn't bring you here to win a new car, is that Jeff? Is that old Jeffrey Epstein with Oprah? Who is that? Allegedly. This is just a joke. It's just a joke. But yeah, what's she doing with that young girl? Huh. All right, Oprah, you told Harpo to beat me. Let's move on. Leaders who have their political opponents arrested. Stalin, Hitler, Mao, and Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden. He didn't want to admit to having anything to do with that. When they asked him about it, he was like, "Oh no, I need some ice cream. I don't know. I have no comment." Let's move on. The lesbian in the line at Walmart checking out your girl. That's Hezbollah. That's not a girl. That's Hezbollah. That little guy will whoop your ass. That little guy will tear you up. Next. Boys have a penis. Girls have a vagina. False information checked by independent fact checkers. Boys have a penis. Girls have a vagina. That's Kindergarten Cop. Kindergarten Cop for all the young people who may be watching the show. With Arnold. He says, "Get to the chopper. Get down." All right, let's move on. Next meme. Got my new toilet brush. Guys, look at my new toilet brush. It's Karine Jean-Pierre. It's Karine Jean-Pierre. All right, that's messed up. Let's go. Oh, no. What the? Hunter and Dylan with the Bud Light? Oh, God. Hunter, get out of here, Hunter. Oh, man. Your pronoun is dumbass. It's gender neutral. Thanks, Red. Thanks, Red, for keeping it real. Anybody watch the new That 70s show or That 90s show? It was on Netflix. Anybody watch that? I never watched it. I haven't watched it. Just curious. Mommy, why am I homeschooled? Because I like you as a girl, dear. Aw, Trad Mama. Trad Mama making some sandwiches. Look at them sandwiches. That's a woman right there. Sorry, kid. I'm the Ether Bunny. It's the Ether Bunny. Watch out for the Ether Bunny. How Bud Light drinkers check the casserole. Get that off my screen. No, haven't watched it. Let's get that off the screen. Normie conservative men. I'm done with Bud Light. I'll just drink my Jack Daniels from now on like a real man. Jack Daniels. Hold my beer. says Jack Daniels. Now, that's a funny meme. Fact checkers are jumping all over this. I got it later in the show, but I'm just going to tell you now while we're on the meme. Fact checkers are jumping all over memes like this, saying, these dumb conservatives don't even realize that this was made from years ago. There's no date in the meme. It's not like they're saying that this just happened. What they're saying is, and it's the same thing with Coors, as we're about to see, a lot of people are like, oh, I'm not drinking Bud Light anymore. I'm going to go drink my Coors, or I'm going to go drink my Jack Daniels. All these companies have done this. If you're going to play the boycotting game, I'm okay with it, but it's just really hard to be consistent. As we're going to see later with the paganism claims that Christianity, that Easter and Christmas is pagan. If you want to be consistent with that, you're going to be in a tough spot, because it's going to be very hard for you to be consistent. If you think that Easter's pagan, and if you think that you're going to boycott Bud Light because they had some gay stuff in it, good luck being consistent, because you're going to have to boycott a whole lot of companies. And if you think Easter's pagan, then you're going to have to think a lot of other things are pagan. You need to stop saying the names of the days of the week. You can't say Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If I ask you what direction is opposite of east, don't say east, because if you're implying that the word Easter, anyway, we'll get into all that later, but it's going to be tough to be consistent. So be careful playing the boycott game, but I think I did pick a great week to stop drinking. If anything, hopefully this makes some conservatives, get off the sauce. That'd be great. Alyssa Gordon Hermschneid. This is the vice president of Bud Light. First female to lead the largest beer brand in the industry. And she's got her pronouns in her thing. Listen, if you put your pronouns in an email to me, or you put your pronouns in anything, if I see your pronouns, if I see anything related to you lose all credibility with me. I don't see you with any sort of authority at all. So you just lost all credibility with me. We know what gender we are just by talking to each other. You know what pronouns some of you don't have to ask. You don't have to tell me your pronouns. I don't have to tell you my pronouns. Okay? But this is why we're seeing what's happening with Anheuser-Busch. This is the person in charge. Yeah, there she is. And she's crazy. She's putting out stuff on TikTok. I don't have the clips. But yeah, she's going crazy. Just one beer, then I'm going home. One Bud Light later. Oh, it's Rachel Levine. Rachel Levine after one Bud Light. We got a lot of Bud Light memes. The wolf attacks a sheep. The sheep dies. Other sheep observe the killing and notice that the teeth kill sheep. The sheep remove their own teeth for their own safety. That's logic, guys. Doesn't that make perfect sense to you? That's just logic. Let's continue. What's up, Freddie? How's your stay in the MK Ultra facility going for you? Have you started having like delusions and things yet? Wanting to go out and do something crazy? Help your neighbor and take care of the poor and hungry. You mean give money to the Romans and let them do it, right? Okay, I'm going to start over. Let me know where I lost you. Base Jesus. Okay? Jesus didn't say nothing about giving the government your money and letting them take care of people. He said take care of people. Now, he did say pay your taxes, because that's render Caesar's money unto Caesar. It's his money. Give it back to him if he wants it, whatever. But that's not how you help people, by giving the government money. No, the government's not there to help you. The most unsuccessful lockdown of all time. He has risen. Oh, he has risen. Praise Jesus. Let's continue. Coors Light, cold activated can. The silver bullet. Just so you guys know, this is fake. This would be cool. This would be lit if Coors did this, if they came out with this. Unfortunately, that's not what Coors has done and shown in the past. This is real. This is fake. This is real Coors. Refreshingly proud. This is during COVID lockdown. In case you don't remember, 1978, Coors became the first brewer to institute a non-discrimination policy based on sexual orientation. 1993, Coors founded lager, the first LGBT employee resource group among brewers. 1995, full domestic partner benefits for all employees. 24 to 2015, perfect 100 human rights campaign index score for 11 years running as Miller Coors. And this is when they were doing some event for Pride Week. I can't remember what it's called. Refreshingly Proud Pride Week from Coors. So yeah, sorry Coors, sorry Jack Daniels, no Coors, nope. They've already. If you want to be consistent, you want to boycott Bud Light for the Dylan Mulvaney stuff. You might want to start looking at. Just drive by a Pride parade and look at all the sponsors, and you're gonna have to stop drinking all those too. Due to backlash, Bud Light drops Dylan Mulvaney sponsorship and go with a less controversial Jeffrey Dahmer's Ghost. That's pretty good. JD is on the can. Yo, I would buy that. Would be like a collectible. I would buy that for real. These Dylan Mulvaney cans might actually be collectible. You might want to go scoop you up a pallet because these things are going to get shot at. These things are going to get blown up. These things, and nobody's going to buy, or nobody's going to buy them. They're just going to sit on a shelf and get thrown away. So you might want to buy you a case just for collector's purposes. These things might be worth some money, if we ever swing the country back to normalcy. YOLO, speak for yourself. You only live once. Speak for yourself, bro. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. Easter in Arizona. Difficulty level expert. It's a rattlesnake. What the? Do I have a rattlesnake sound effect? No. Of course I don't have a rattlesnake sound effect. Why would I have a rattlesnake sound effect? Hold on one second. Prankster, EDM, voice box, lo-fi vibes. Nope. We don't have a snake sound effect. Farts and burps. What the heck? Anyway. Easter in Arizona. What's up, RB? Easter is not pagan. It's teaching children that rabbits lay eggs is pagan. Nobody's ever taught anybody that. Nobody's ever taught a child that. Nobody's ever taught no child that. Unless they're like, no. Nobody teaches that the rabbit lays the eggs. All right. Let us continue. But you are correct. You're on the right path, Dean. You are correct. But I don't think anybody's actually teaching their kids that. But that would be pagan if they were doing that. And that's how Easter eggs are made. Sounds about right. That's kind of like the story that we're going to look at, the claims, the fake claims, which that whole story that you're talking about, Dean, about the goddess turning the chicken into a rabbit, but knowing it still had the heart of a chicken, so it laid eggs. That it's arguable that that's even historically true. Like that could be just some revisionist history, like when they tell us that the white man went over to Africa with a boat and kidnapped a bunch of slaves. That's not true. That's fake history. So it's arguable that the rabbit and the chicken and that story is even real. There's very little historical evidence of it. We'll get into all that in the last segment. No one, me this week. Straight people were drinking Bud Light. What? Who's drinking Bud Light anyway? Right? If whining woke snowflake liberals can complain about a black chick on a syrup can, a native chick on butter, then we can complain about a fake chick on a beer can. Guys, you need those. Those cans are going to be collectible. I'm serious. Guy described the American left in one image. Me, I'm Lauren. Lauren is a tall blonde communist. Won't date a man who makes less than 6 figures. Lauren. That's the left in one picture right there. That's her dating profile, I bet. Don't worry, I was called a harmful extremist too. It's Jesus. Jesus was called a harmful extremist too. Don't worry, guys. It's all right. Everything gonna be all right. Next one, still deadlier than an AR-15. The Clintons. Did you know that they killed a guy? Did you know the Clintons killed a guy?
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
It does, Norm. It does. Hey, man. You want to eat 6 boiled eggs in a row? Nah, I'm good. We'll mix the yolks with mayo and mustard and put them back in the boiled egg whites, then cover it with paprika. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Fact. But I would eat hard-boiled eggs straight. I love hard-boiled eggs. They're good for you. All right. Nobody needs an AK-47. Nobody had 56 friends commit suicide. Another Clinton. Why do I got so many Clinton memes this week? What the? Oh, we're almost at the end. I think this is the second to last meme. This is just a great image right here. The Matrix. Trump is Neo. Trump is the one. There's a little basic NPC, Agent Smith, with the piece. Dodge this. And he goes, oh yeah, that's Trump. Look at the faces. He's smiling down here. That's funny. All right, last meme of the night. This is Sarah. She is 45 years old. She has 2 children. She has never exercised a day in her life. Yet she eats anything she wants and stays up until 3 a.m. drinking beer. What's her secret? No secret. Sarah is the one in the upper right corner of the picture. This is not Sarah. This is Sarah. Sarah! Dang, girl! You thick! What the? What happened to Sarah?
It's a man, baby.
But this person, on the other hand, she's fine. Not Sarah. This is not Sarah. This is Sarah. All right, that's all the memes for tonight, guys. The memes. All right. Now, what else we got? What else we got? We got some rapid fire news. We got some funny reels. We got a couple funny reels. Not a lot of reels this week. On a momento. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this rapid fire and these reels. Then I'll take one last break, and we'll come back. We'll talk about Easter. And it's gonna be the last holiday. This is gonna be the last holiday of the year, of the 1 year of the show. We've done all the holidays. So next year, I don't have to do this all again. I could just go back through the episodes, screen record them, and post the clip. And I'll post it, a couple days before Christmas. We'll do the rebuttal for when people say Christmas is pagan. A couple days before Easter, the rebuttal for when they say Easter's pagan. Nobody, what's weird though, is the one holiday that is absolutely cannot be in any way, because like I've talked about for Christmas where they get the idea that it came from pagan and what sort of things pagans did that we do for Christmas now that make it seem similar and why people get this idea. I'm going to do the same thing for Easter. But the one holiday that has no roots in paganism is the one that seems the most pagan. And people never call it pagan. You'll never see anybody saying Halloween. Halloween's based in pagan religions. No, they don't say that. You know why? Because they don't know that Halloween is Christian. They think Halloween never had anything to do with Christianity. So the reason they attack Christmas and Easter with this pagan accusation is to make Christians look dumb, and it's Satan telling lies, and Christians believe it. Christians will hear some secular person, or even I heard that Christmas and Easter were pagan. The first time I heard it was in elementary school from my Christian school teacher, and he was a Christian, and he said Christmas and Easter were pagan. And I almost believed him. And then I realized, oh, wait, no, I don't believe him. He's wrong. And it wasn't until much later that I actually did the digging and found out why he was wrong. But I knew he was wrong when he said it. Dumb teacher. But anyway, the one that you'll never hear people saying that's a pagan holiday is Halloween. And that's because they don't know that Halloween has its roots in Christianity. If they did, then they would be saying, hey, Christians, Halloween is pagan, blah, blah, blah. But Halloween now seems the most pagan, but actually it's the most Catholic Christian of all of them. It's the only one that that doesn't have any traditions or celebrations. Now, the meaning behind Christmas and the meaning behind Easter are entirely Christian, but some of the traditions that we do, pagans also did. That doesn't mean that it's pagan when we do it, and we'll talk about that later. But Halloween is entirely Christian. Like, it was started by Christians, and a lot of people don't know that. So they'll never attack it, and they're not going to call it pagan. People already think it's like a satanic day because of in modern day it kind of is. You know, it's a lot of degeneracy and weird stuff going on, but that's not what the meaning of the day is. All Hallows Eve after All Saints Day. Things are very good, Jeff. RB's chilling. What's up, RB? The memes are always good. All right, so let me pull up. But yeah, we're gonna debunk all that. This will be the last holiday. The last holiday we have to debunk the lies. Where is my? Just give me one sec. Let me pull up these reels in rapid fire. Open on new window. Oh, it's gonna start playing. This one's so funny. This first reel I got for you guys is real fast. I'm gonna play it like 3 times, 5 times because it's short, but it's very funny. It starts. Oh man, wait till you see this. All right, let's watch some. Let me make sure. Lian Chin sending me some weird stuff. Okay. All right, we'll go here. Hopefully nobody sends me anything that pops up. All right. Let's watch a funny reel, and then we'll get into some more news, some quick news stories for you. Watch that again. Hold on. We got a girl in a wheelchair. He passes for the ball. Going up for the shot. Oh. Oh. He's dead. Pack the lunch. Pack the lunch. Here goes. One more time. Here we go. Oh, she's taking the shot. Stuffed her. Packed her lunch. That was epic. I respect that. I respect that because you can't be, treating them like they're different. If you really want to show love to these people, you're handicapped. I get it. You're in a wheelchair. Life's rough. I watched a comedian do a set. And he was talking about how handicapped people have a worse life than trans people. He's like, the one thing we're not supposed to joke about is the trans people because they have it so difficult. They have such a hard life. And he's like, I understand the struggle they go through, but I have to argue, people in wheelchairs have it way worse. He made a bunch of great jokes. It was funny. But yeah, you want to show these people love. You don't baby them. You want to come out on the basketball field in your wheelchair? That's fine. But guess what? We're going to play with you as if you're a real player on the team. So when little Anna gets handed the ball, shoot it, Bethany. Shoot it, Bethany. Take the shot. You got to make sure she knows whose house this is. One more time. Shoot it, Bethany. Boom. All right, enough of that. Next one. Lian Chin. This is funny too. Boo! Slap fighting.
I got that dog in me.
I got that dog in me. Boy, you must don't know. You better find out.
This is round 2, slap 1.
I gotta start this one over. We gotta watch this again.
Left hand, 1.
Here we go. Here we go. Boom! Oh, he's down. He's down for the cow. Oh my God. Watch, you hit him again.
Legal slap.
Legal slap. He barely flinched. Boom. He just flinched a little bit. And he's like,
I got that dog in me.
I got that dog in me, boy. You must don't know. One more time. Let's watch this.
Round 2, slap 1.
Let's watch this CTE inducing slap one more time before we learn about what CTE is. Boom! God. Oh my God, that's ridiculous. I got that dog in me, boy. You must don't know. You about to find out. And then that guy got slapped and he went down like a beta. That's funny. But CTE inducing, when you hear people talk about CTE in regards to slap fighting, if you don't know what that is, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Punch drunk. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, is a neurodegenerative disease linked to repeated trauma to the head. The encephalopathy symptoms can include behavioral problems, mood problems, and problems with thinking. The disease often gets worse over time and can result in dementia. It is unclear if the risk of suicide is altered. Most documented cases have occurred in athletes involved in striking-based combat sports such as boxing, kickboxing, mixed martial arts, and Muay Thai, and hence the original name dementia pugilistica, Latin for fist fighters dementia, and contact sports such as American football, Australia rules football, professional wrestling, ice hockey, rugby. So yeah, CTE, slap boxing is going to be having a lot of that because that's just a bunch of repeated head trauma. No, like MMA, you have less than you have with boxing because MMA, there's more wrestling, there's more jiu-jitsu, rolling, and things like this. Boxing, you're going to have more because there's a lot of punches just straight to the head. This slap fighting, all it is back and forth direct shots to the face. So these guys' brains are going to be melted very quickly. So let's move on to the last reel we got. Here we go. We got a crumper. She crumping. Yo, I'm sorry, but this girl cannot dance. I thought that was a white person thing, that white people can't dance, but this girl can't dance. She's trying to crump. Oh, what the fuck? The other girl's like, what the hell's going on here? Let's watch it one more time. I think we're not going to watch it one more time. Funny dancing. All right, let's move on. That's all the funny reels I got. Not much funny reels this week. Yeah, updates on the Dylan Mulvaney thing. Bud Light partnership with trans TikTok star Dylan Mulvaney prompts conservative backlash. So there's been backlashes. We got Kid Rock doing his video, which we're going to play. I'm not going to play the ad for you because we played it in its entirety last week. We will play Kid Rock's little clip right here. This is pretty funny.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today. Let me say something to all you and be as clear and concise as possible.
Let's go.
Fuck Bud Light and fuck Anheuser-Busch. Have a terrific day.
Hey, let's go. Kid Rock. Kid Rock was at the UFC 287, which we watched on stream. Kid Rock, it was Dana White sitting next to Trump. Yo, what is this? Sitting next to Kid Rock, sitting next to Mike Tyson. Kevin Holland ran down there and said what's up to Trump and Dana White after he won his fight. And it was pretty crazy. Me and my brother were talking about in the Discord how that's just a crazy lineup. Like, you got Dana White, Trump, Kid Rock, and Mike Tyson. That's a 10 million view podcast right there. That's a podcast. I want to see that episode of Hot Boxing. Yeah. And then Theo Von was there. It was a great fight. But anyway, Travis Tritt chimed in, tweeting that he and other unnamed artists were getting rid of Anheuser-Busch products. I will be deleting all Anheuser-Busch products from my tour hospitality writer, singer tweeted. Tritt had other artists are doing so as well for fear of being ridiculed and canceled. Not saying it in the public for fear of being ridiculed and canceled. I have no such fear, he tweeted. That's Travis Tritt. One of the guys, it was either Big or Rich from Big and Rich, was on, was it PBD? I can't remember what he was on this week, but he was on something. It was Crowder or PBD or some podcast, and he was talking about how he owns a bar that honors soldiers and officers and firefighters, and they're like, "Are you taking the Bud Light out of your bar?" And he said, "We are, but not because I chose to take it out because of this ad." He said, "The reason we're taking it out is because of customers' demands. Customers are saying, we're not going to shop here anymore if you keep carrying Bud Light." So, or Anheuser-Busch products in general, which last week we talked about. That's a lot of beers. That's Natty, that's Busch, that's Landshark, that's Shock Top. So, all those are Anheuser-Busch. And, but yeah, he was saying he's taking it out of the bar because the customers aren't going to come anymore. And so there's been a lot of backlash since that happened. The Jack Daniels thing popped back into sight. A lot of people are going to cut back on alcohol. Jack Daniels drag queen summer camp surfaces amid Bud Light ad controversy. So this is RuPaul working with Jack Daniels to do the summer drag queen camp show. 2021 summer campaign featuring drag queen surfaces from Jack Daniels from a couple years ago. Again, during COVID, a lot of people might not remember this, but yeah, you can't go to Jack. They're in on it too. So RuPaul Drag Race summer campaign ad 2 years ago featuring drag queens brought back to the spotlight. Here's Newsweek saying, just so you know, this happened 2 years ago. Jack Daniels faces boycott calls over LGBT campaign, lost a loyal drinker. First it was Hershey's, then it was Bud Light, and now Jack Daniels is the latest brand this year to be facing boycott over claims that the company has gone woke. Social media users have taken offense of the whiskey brewer's small town big pride campaign, in which it teamed up with drag queen RuPaul. So, yep, people are tired of it. And the same thing with movies, like Disney movies. When we get into our entertainment stuff here, we talk about the Mario movie. Let's see, more of this weird stuff. We got Nike puts Dylan Mulvaney in a sports bra, a women's sports bra. Get this ad out of here. Person wrote this. In a battle to be inclusive, Nike has excluded the overwhelming majority of the population who have breasts and therefore require a sports bra. On a global sports brand, Nike's Indian website, its page for sports bras has a section for gender. There's only one option, woman. On the UK page, this section is absent. A woman knows no sports bra, no sport, a slogan, incidentally, that was developed by Nike. Because if you have boobs, you need extra support. It shouldn't be a wildly difficult concept to grasp. Yet the company which invented the Brabot, a robot whose chest is made of material that mimics human breast tissue to see how their sports bras would work in real life, has hit the headlines for paying a chap to model one of their bras. Dylan Mulvaney. Wow. So I'm glad there's no pictures. I'm glad there's no pictures here. Hallelujah. But yeah, so women are getting pissed off too because they're doing that crap. To be inclusive, Nike scolds critics of transgender influencer partnership. Who cares what you scold, Nike? You put a dude in a sports bra for women and you're trying to sell it to women. Nike's facing backlash. Oh God, there it is. So this is it. And look, these ads aren't even like real commercial. It's not like this is a commercial. This is just a TikTok video. How much do you think this Dylan Mulvaney clown is getting paid for a Nike sponsorship in a TikTok video that takes 10 seconds? Not good content. It's not well thought out. It's not like funny. We're not going to watch it. But there's Dylan Mulvaney in a sports bra. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And women are boycotting Nike. So enough of that crap. But yeah, it's the same situation with the woke movies. You know, when they put you know, you got to change the races of everything. You got to have black Viking women, and you got to have, you know, Cinderella's got to be black, Little Mermaid's got to be black. But now the same people who do that stuff and support that stuff are complaining about Mario not being voiced by an Italian person. So whatever. But we'll talk about that in a second. Before we get to the entertainment stuff, let's talk about some political stuff from the Hill. Some politics. House Republicans suggest defunding FDA if Texas abortion pill ruling is not followed. So this Mifeprestone, let's just watch the video. Let's just watch this video from YouTube.
Tonight, battle lines drawn.
I'm very worried about the women who need this medication.
We applaud the judge's action to issue the stay on the chemical abortion drug mifepristone.
After the most consequential abortion ruling since the reversal of Roe v. Wade, a Texas federal judge suspending FDA approval of the most commonly used abortion pill.
Let's go, Texas.
Giving the federal government 7 days to appeal.
That is not health care. That is not health care. And Biden's trying to block it. Biden's trying to stop it. And they're saying no. Texas saying no. If you try to stop this, we're going to shut down the FDA.
Before the ruling goes into effect.
We intend to do everything to make sure it's available.
Check out Theo Von clips.
Not just in a week, but moving forward, period.
Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra vowing the Biden administration
make Kid Rock his VP. Yo, that would be the cabinet, right? Kid Rock, Trump, Dana White, and then they get the WWE involved. You get like Stone Cold Steve Austin in there or something. And Undertaker's up there. Yeah, and then Mike Tyson just chilling, eating mushrooms and smoking some blunts. Check out Theo Von clips. I love Theo Von clips. I can't play them though. They get hit. They get hit with copyright.
Is considering all legal options.
Well, we've already filed an appeal of this court's ruling.
The issue will likely be decided by the Supreme Court after a federal judge in Washington state ruled to protect the drug in more than a dozen states. One Republican lawmaker threatening cuts to FDA funding if the White House fights the Texas ruling.
It may become a point where House Republicans on the
states' rights. Biden, shut up. Get out of here, Biden.
appropriation side have to defund.
Got to make sure we kill the babies. We got to make sure women have little M&Ms that murder babies. Got to make sure that we got that.
That don't make sense.
Some healthcare providers are now stockpiling the pill,
The FDA
fearing an
approved the clock
all-out
shot?
ban, while some Democrats urge.
I know. Somebody told me I was drinking a protein supplement. And he's like, and he knows that I'm not, you know, I ain't getting no Vaseline. I ain't getting no Vaseline ream. And he's like, well, you won't get the Vaseline, but you'll drink that protein supplement. You know, that's not FDA approved. I'm like, I don't care. You think I like the FDA? You think I care what the FDA says? I could care less. I don't care what the FDA says. Supplements aren't approved by the FDA. I don't care. I trust Alex Jones more than I trust the FDA. I trust these dudes at the gym who you know, aren't fat. The person who was telling me this was like overweight. It's like, you know, I trust them more than you, buddy. And I don't care about the FDA.
The Biden administration to go even further.
I believe that the Biden administration should ignore this ruling. It is up to the Biden administration to choose whether or not to enforce such a ruling.
HHS Secretary Becerra not committing to that specific option.
Every option is on the table.
And Allie joins us now from the White House. Allie, will the drugs still be available as this case makes its way through the courts?
Shut it down. No.
Well, legal experts say the drug will likely remain available as these cases make their way through the courts, a process that could take months, possibly even years, Kate.
Get that out of here. No, you don't get a freaking pill to kill your baby after you sleep with a loser. No. Stop killing your babies. Stop having sex with losers. Alex Jones is crazier and more trustworthy. I agree. I concur. So we got that going on politically. Political issue. Important over there in Texas. And then we got squad members are alone in calls to impeach Clarence Thomas after a bombshell report. 3 members of the squad have renewed calls for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas to be impeached following a bombshell report on his relationship with a major Republican donor. Is that her? She's thick. I don't think that's her. However, the Democratic colleagues have so far called for lesser measures. Representatives Alexandria AOC, Ilhan Omar, and Rashida Tlaib, of course, all members of the Progressive Squad, have called for Thomas to be impeached following. I thought Ilhan Omar was out. I thought they kicked her out for like marrying her brother or something weird. What did she do? Didn't they kick her out? Okay, fine. Then we get to do the same with gun laws. Have called for Thomas to be impeached following revelations that he received lavish gifts and trips from a Republican billionaire donor over the course of his career on the court. I'm sure they've accepted some lavish gifts and trips as well. The one chick married her brother and they buried it. The ProPublica report that exposed the alleged gifts sparked outrage from Democrats, but the trio of progressive House Democrats have so far been alone in calls for his impeachment. This is beyond party or partisanship, Ocasio-Cortez said on Twitter last week. This degree of, and of course, you know why they don't like Clarence Thomas. A, because they're racist liberals. They hate everybody. They hate everything. They pretend to care for people who they actually hate. So they hate him because he's black and he's a conservative. Now, if he was a black Democrat, they would love him because they would be there. You know, oh, we can convince the other black people to follow this. But since he's a black and he's on the good side, they're racist. They don't like him. And then also because he was very influential in repealing Roe versus Wade. And they don't like that because they want to kill the babies. So they want to kill babies and they hate black men. So that's why they're going after Clarence Thomas. Tlaib noted public confidence in the court was at an all-time low. No duh. That's because people like you are involved in it. That's why confidence in the court is at an all-time low. Dick Durbin, the top lawmaker in the Senate Judiciary Committee, said his panel would act on allegations laid out in the report. So they're calling for Clarence Thomas, the greatest Supreme Court judge ever, maybe, in all the land. Got Roe v. Wade repealed. Yep, great guy. Great guy. Great black man. We talked about him in Black History Month. Great man. So, of course, they're going after him. Yep. Let's move on. Entertainment news. It's time for the entertainment news. Da-na-na-na-na. We got some entertainment news. So let's talk about the Mario thing, right? Let's talk about the Mario thing. So, from the gamer, enough critics versus audience discourse, I'm begging you. So, there's been a lot of bad reviews for the Super Mario movie. The Super Mario movie dropped. Chris Pratt voices Mario. And before it ever came out, the critics were saying, oh, it's going to be horrible. Everybody was butthurt because Chris Pratt was doing Mario's voice. Now, this is an animated cartoon, okay? So, it doesn't matter who's doing the voice. They're just doing a voice. You can do an impression. You don't have to actually be a Italian person to do Mario. You just do an Italian voice. Okay? It's not the same as when you put a live action Black Little Mermaid in the place of who everyone grew up with as a white Little Mermaid. And you just change your race to be culturally diverse and diversity, equity, and inclusion and all that crap. This is not the same thing. That is messed up. Why would you change the character that we knew and grew up with? I mean, not me. I wasn't into Disney movies. I don't like Disney movies. But some kids were, I guess. But I did grow up with Mario, and I love Mario. And guess what? Nobody who ever did Mario's voice was Italian. It was always just some white dude. It's just some guy behind a microphone going, oh, it's a me, Mario. Let's go. Okay, I could do Mario's voice. It's not hard. All right? So people were mad because, you know, Chris Pratt is based. So they were all butthurt that Chris Pratt was doing Mario's voice. And John Leguizamo, I don't have the article about it, but even John Leguizamo is coming out
And they should have had an Italian guy doing the voice. And I think he's just butthurt because he made the worst Mario movie ever made, or the worst, possibly one of the worst movies ever made in history. Dragon Ball Evolution, right up there with the Mario Brothers movies in a lot of people's minds. Now, I'm going to say, and Moist Critical said this too, I'm going to say, I kind of liked the Mario movie, the old one with John Leguizamo. Now, I didn't like it because it made me, I thought for a Mario movie, this isn't very accurate to the game, but it was a cool movie. It was just weird. It was kind of different. And I liked the vibe of it. I liked the feel of it, but it wasn't accurate to the game. So I think it's great that they're doing a movie that is nostalgic and it's accurate to the game. I've seen clips. It's got a lot of jokes in it, stuff. He jumps on a donut block and the donut block falls and he's like, oh, like running in the air. So what's up, stubborn one? Where you been? You late. Do a straight native Floridian voice. I'm doing it right now. That's how I talk, dude. That's my voice. What are you talking about? Reviews for the Super Mario Bros. Movie are stirring up some strong emotions. At 53% is the lowest rated animated film Illumination has produced. The critics rated it 53 on Rotten Tomatoes, and the audience rated it 96, and it broke records for selling more than any animated film ever in history. It broke records today. So 55% from the critics on the tomato meter as rotten, and then the audience says 96% is fresh. So just showing how far disconnected they are. But really, it wasn't even about them not liking the movie. It was about them not liking Chris Pratt. They don't like Chris Pratt. They don't like his politics. They don't like that we didn't have an Italian guy doing Mario's voice. And so they're mad about that, and they wanted to put that out there and get people to not see this movie. And it backfired, as usual, because this movie isn't woke. This movie isn't woke. This movie's fun. This movie makes people remember their childhood. I haven't seen it yet, but from what I'm hearing and the clips that I saw, the previews I saw, it looks like a fun movie. Great graphics, great everything looks crisp and nice, and it just looks like a fun movie. And the critics are like, oh, it doesn't have enough of a story. It's not supposed to have a story. Bowser gets the princess, Mario saves her. The end. That's Mario. There's no story needed. So that's going on. Elon Musk piped up about it from Independent. Elon Musk hits out at disconnected film critics over Rotten Tomatoes score for the Mario movie. Let's see if we want to watch a preview. Let the ad play, and then we'll watch a preview of the movie. I think I've already shown this on a stream when they first came out with this. I think when this movie first was previewed, we played the trailer on the stream. But now it's out. I want to see it. $100 million budget. I heard it made $770 million in the first day. That's insane. Whereas Buzz Lightyear, which got great reviews from critics, the Lightyear movie got great reviews from critics. I think they spent $230,000 on it, and they made like $34,000 in the first day. Or not, $234 million. No, wait, 234. The budget for Mario was $100,000, and they made $770. I can't remember the numbers, but the point is, vast difference. They spent more money on Lightyear, and they weighed way less than their budget. And then Mario, they spent less money, and they made way more. Just by not being woke. Just by not having to have two black moms making out or something. Just by not having to have every parent of every kid be same-sex interracial couples that are making out in the children's movie. That's all you. That's all you got to do to make a decent movie these days. Is just not have an interracial same-sex couple making out in the movie, and you'll do great in the box office. That's all you have to do. But they haven't. It just seems like they haven't figured it out. I have to see it. I could probably find it on the computer on the bootleg site, but I want to see it in theater. Don't listen to him, Dean. I love the praise. So Elon's calling him out. Elon had to hit at. We haven't had much Elon news lately. He hasn't destroyed the world with AI yet. is coming soon, though. On the review aggregation, Rotten Tomatoes, blah, 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 blah. What Elon had to say. Wow, the critics are so disconnected from reality. Bored Elon Musk. Because critics have a problem with Chris Pratt, the experts have deemed the new Mario movie a D, even though audiences clearly loved it. Both of these groups are obviously biased, but the display here reveals a major problem. Yep. So, Elon Musk weighing in. We've got Donkey Kong in the movie. I think it looks like a great movie. But more on Jack Black. Jack Black did do the voice of Bowser in the Mario movie. More entertainment news. Lizzo and Jack Black were in an episode of Mandalorian. I'm not caught up on Mandalorian yet. I'm on like the 5th episode of the 3rd season or something, is all the ones that the website that I go to has right now. But so I have not seen this episode yet, but I do watch The Mandalorian. And apparently this episode got the worst ratings of all because Jack Black and Lizzo come up, and these are like bounty hunters, and they're just goofy in the show. Confused Star Wars fans with cameos in The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian recently surprised fans with 2 cameo guest star appearances, Lizzo and Jack Black. 2 actors were featured in Wednesday's episode, Chapter 22, Guns for Hire. The popular Star Wars spin-off stars Pedro Pascal as the titular character in the Disney Plus series. Lizzo and Black played the Duchess and Captain Bombardier, a married couple ruling a planet named Plazir 15, which is being terrorized by its droids. Din Djarin, Grogu, and Bo-Katan meet the duo on their travels. The episode also featured Back to the Future star Christopher Lloyd playing Commissioner Hellgate. The social media users shared their reactions upon seeing the School of Rock star and the Truth Hurts singer appear in the show. What are Lizzo and Jack Black doing here? Yeah, right. Like, what the heck? That's all they said. Not much of a story, but Lizzo was dressed as Star Wars characters before the Halloween post on Twitter about the cameo. Black also commented on his cameo, sharing a post of himself and Lizzo in full makeup. He wrote, caption, "So fun working with Lizzo, Mandalorian." Anyway, I don't know. Not a lot to that story, but they were on The Mandalorian. Yay! Next one. Last in the entertainment news. The last story in the entertainment news. Rapper Coolio's cause of death was released, guys. And guess what? Fentanyl. Fentanyl was the culprit. Okay, that's fine. It was funny. Oh, I didn't watch it. You were epic as the moderator. Yeah. We've heard it. He was great as the moderator. All right, we got it. How is having a black mermaid woke? Woke would be a white, because black people can't swim, Dean. It's cultural appropriation. They're taking a character from a movie that everybody grew up with that was white, and they're making it black to be more diverse and equitable and inclusive. That's woke. That's Marxist. It's DIE. DIE. Diversity, inclusion, and equity. She was a diversity hire. Okay. They had to make a black mermaid just for equality. That's woke. It's definitely woke. You see white people making Tupac movie with white Tupac. Woke would be a what? What? That doesn't even make sense. Lizzo had a cameo in the original Star Wars movie as Jabba the Hutt. Rapper Coolio's death involved fentanyl. Artist Leon Ivy Jr. collapsed while at a friend's house on September 28th and was pronounced dead at the scene. He was 59. The cause of death has been released. According to the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, the Compton-raised rapper died due to the effects of fentanyl, heroin, and methamphetamine. It's very similar to George Floyd. The Los Angeles County Coroner's report also noted that the rapper was suffering from heart disease and asthma, and he had just recently gotten a COVID Vaseline. He had just gotten the Vaseline. No, I'm kidding. That's not in the article, guys. And also the George Floyd part wasn't in the article either. But it does say he died of fentanyl, heroin, and methamphetamine. And it does say he had heart disease and asthma. And he had recently used penicillin or PCP. Damn, this guy was on everything. The coroner's office deemed his death accidental. Is it really accidental if you do PCP, meth, heroin, and fentanyl, and then you die? Is that really accidental? I don't know if I consider that accidental. Born in Pennsylvania, raised in Compton, gangsters paired. I can't get the. What's the tune? Living in a gangster paradise. I churned butter once or twice, living in an Amish paradise. Isn't woke supposed to be reality? Like it is what it is? No. Woke is the opposite of reality, Dean. Woke is when you're angry and you just got woke up from a dream and you're still partially asleep and you're groggy and you're angry and you want to go back to bed and you're like, that's what woke is. It's not awake. You don't want to be woke. No. Woke is not. Woke is unreal. Woke is when you're stuck in the Matrix. Born in okay, yeah. So, fantastic. On a fantastic voyage. Anyway, Coolio dead. He did a lot of drugs. It was accidental. He accidentally did PCP, meth, heroin, and fentanyl, and he died accidentally. That makes sense. Last but not least, I got some local news for you guys. I reported on this whale when they put it in. This is an art installment in Salt Lake City on 9th and 9th. And I reported on it when they put it in. Where's the picture of it? But anyway, oh, here's the video.
Has the story.
We're here.
So this is ugly at whale was put in the middle of the intersection in the road. They made a roundabout on 9th and 9th, and they put this giant whale's tail in the middle of the street. And when they did it, I reported on it. Everybody thought it was ugly as all get out. It looked like just ugly. It's like, why is there a whale in the middle of the road in Salt Lake City? This is Salt Lake City, Utah. Why is there a giant whale here? And everybody's like, this is dumb. But up until then, we were in like a 2-year drought. And once they put this whale in like 6 months ago, we currently are at the end of the wettest winter in history. This has been the wettest winter in history. We've gotten lots of snow. Now, it still seemed like a mild winter to me, I guess because I wasn't on the streets. You know, once you have 2 winters where you're outside in a tent, every winter seems mild to you. But they said this was a long, cold, tough winter for the people on the streets and stuff. But it seemed like every time we got a snow, it would be sunny the next day and the snow would melt. The snow was all gone very quickly. And it would snow a lot. It snowed and snowed and snowed, and it would just melt. Snow and melt, snow and melt. And so, but apparently this has been the wettest winter that Utah, Salt Lake City has had in history. And we were in a 2-year drought. So people on Reddit said the 9th and 9th whale is like a god of water or like a goddess of water. They were like, on Reddit, they started like a cult following of worshiping this whale for bringing water. So I found it pretty funny.
Where you can see that famous whale statue in all its glory. It's been getting a lot of reactions online. Many people.
But when this thing first came out, everybody was roasting it. They're like, that thing looks ugly as hell.
People saying, all hail the whale, and crediting this amazing snow to it. And, well, why? They say it just makes sense.
A year ago, the out-of-the-blue whale sculpture in an array of bright colors popped up in the 9th and 9th
Look how ugly
neighborhood.
it is.
And now
did you see that?
Has amassed its popped up in the array of the
right
blue.
Here.
A year ago,
Look at that.
the out-of-the-blue whale.
Look how ugly it is. It's giant. It's a big cross whale. It's ugly.
A year ago, the out-of-the-blue whale sculpture in an array of bright colors
Paganism,
popped up in the 9th and 9th neighborhood.
Now that's paganism. If you worship a whale, an ugly whale statue because you think it brought water and snow that we desperately needed, then yeah, that's pagan. You won't see me celebrating this stupid, ugly art whale.
And now has amassed its own internet following. Posts online point out that since the whale arrived, so did all of these snowstorms. Sean Zom posted a video using his split board around the whale, saying he couldn't go to the canyon since it was closed for several days from so much snow. And that snow, he says, is all thanks to the whale. Zom says the whale has been a fun icon for many in the community to bond over and to use to celebrate all the snow we've been having. living.
The whale's just been a fun season joke to kind of keep.
Look at this guy's background. Get a green screen, buddy.
Things going a little bit, you know, making sense of how great of a season that we've had.
The artist Stephen Kessler took inspiration from the 9th and 9th community, receiving over 100 responses to help guide his art, which became the whale we all now know.
Seeing it in person, it's easy to understand why the whale has blown up on the internet. If you go online, you'll find plenty.
Because it's ugly than a mug.
More posts and jokes showing how the whale has become a symbol for many of this great snow season. Reporting from Salt Lake City, Caleb Baggerly, ABC4 News.
All right, Kate. Thanks for the update. All right, that's all the rapid fire news, guys. That's all I got. That's all the news. That's all the news we got for the night. We're gonna end the show here in just a moment. We're not gonna end the show in a moment. We're gonna end the show with our dissertation and our research, live research, showing you, rebuttaling all the claims about Easter being pagan in just a moment. Snow, I thought they were flame. What? Pagan. You are correct. I don't know what I'm correct about, but thank you. I try to be correct. All right, so we'll talk about that stuff in a second. Let me find maybe a song or something to play while I take my last little break, and then I'll get this last little thing ready. Anti-abortion. AOC challenges Biden to ignore anti-abortion ruling. So let me see. What can I play? PBD podcast. Nashville's Metropolitan Council votes reinstate to legislature. 600 drones illuminate Santa Monica Beach. That looks cool. Huh. Anyway, let me play a quick song real quick. Oh. Let's see what we got. Songs. Trying to find some music to play real quick. Play something from Bryson. Play an old Bryson song. $233, $248. King face. Sorry, guys, 1 second.
It's a whole bag kind of night. It's a whole bag kind of night.
It's a whole bag kind of night.
Matthew 7:21-23 says, "Not everyone who says to me, 'Lord, Lord,' will enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven."
All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take a break during the song.
First.
Free Trump, lock up Joe Biden.
Hey, who made this beat? That's Yeti?
Don't care about the money, I put God first. Don't care about the fame, I put God first. Your friends gon' switch up when you pick God first. Everything gon' change when you pick God first. Don't care about the money, I pick God first. Don't care about the fame, I pick God first. Your friends gon' switch up when you pick God first. Everything gon' change when you pick God first. Hey, I was wild out here, doing the worst. Everything changed when I picked God first. I was washed and it knew me came from out the dirt. In the send a lot of hate my way, but it won't work. When you controlled by the devil, then I know it hurt. I preach the word, after that the devil go berserk. They just do it for the Franklins, they ain't talking Kurt. And I promise to tell the truth in every verse. Don't care about the money, I put God first. Don't care about the fame, I put God first. Your friends gon' switch up when you pick God first. Everything gon' change when you pick God first. Don't care about the money, I pick God first. Don't care about the fame, I pick God first. Your friends gon' switch up when you pick God first. Everything gon' change when you pick God first. They said that I'm canceled, ayy, I can't tell. They scared of losing followers, I'm scared of going to hell. I put my faith in God, and he never fails. I said I put my faith in God, and he never fails. You pray to God, but live your life for Satan. Waiting for them prayers, you can keep on waiting. Show God that you love him, and you might receive him. This world needs Jesus, but you don't believe him. Don't care about the money, I put God first. Don't care about the fame, I put God first. Your friends gon' switch up when you pick God first. Everything gon' change when you pick God first. Don't care about the money, I pick God first. Don't care about the fame, I pick God first. Your friends gon' switch up when you pick God first. Everything gon' change when you pick God first. On that day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and cast out demons in your name, and do many mighty works in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness. Ask yourself, do you pick God first?
All right.
AAA Trust T-Mobile.
Let's get out of that. All right, guys. It's time to do a little Bible thumping. We'll do a little Bible thumping. But pagan means not Jewish, Christian, or Muslim. Anyone who is not a person of the book. So, all right. And Dean, you can go back and watch the how are you doing that? How are you doing those little laughy things like it's on how'd you do that? Did you guys see the little laughy faces that were popping up like it was Instagram or something in the chat? That was crazy. How did you do that? Yeah, if you want to know about Halloween, Dean, go watch the Halloween episode. I talked about it for like an hour. It's pretty simple. Halloween is All Hallows Eve. It comes before All Saints Day. All Hallows Eve is where we recognize the people who died before Jesus came, so they had to wait in purgatory. All Saints Day is when Jesus led them to heaven. Not a hood brother in sight. All right. So let's get into Easter. Easter was yesterday, and as usual, we had the regular outcropping of memes about how Easter's pagan popping up everywhere, and a lot of people believe into this. Again, I'll say that I first heard this claim from a Christian teacher at a Christian school when I was in like 3rd or 4th grade. He said, Christmas and Easter are pagan holidays. No, that's not true. Once again, same thing I've said with every holiday. We defeated the pagans, okay? We baptized their traditions that were not harmful as our own. Nobody is slitting a child's throat and dripping the blood over their Christmas tree. That would be pagan. Nobody is worshiping Easter eggs or bunnies. We use these days as tools to put memories into our children with good memories with their family memories. You come together under the Christmas tree, you exchange gifts. All this is also in the Bible. The gift giving, that's in the Bible. The Bible talks about, there's multiple verses that talk about in the Old Testament that we should worship Jesus when he comes, that we should rejoice, we should celebrate him, and that we will celebrate. We're commanded to remember the feast. Passover and Easter happen at the same time for a reason, because we're supposed to keep this feast forever. Okay, so we'll go over those Bible verses. I'm going to start with reading Matthew 28, which is the story of the resurrection. And then we're going to go over the claims of it being pagan, what all their claims are. Then we'll talk about the rebuttals to this extensively, all the different rebuttals for why all these claims are dumb. And then we're going to talk about the quadridecimal controversy, and we're going to do a little reading of Beebe. I don't know if it's Beebe or Babe, but he's the only one who wrote about Eoster, which people claim is the god. We'll get into all that stuff. We'll look at Beebe's book, which was actually not even about Easter. He wrote one paragraph that mentions Eoster, and they've taken this and they've somehow tied it to a Babylonian goddess named Ishtar, which the two are totally unconnected. And we'll see how the origins of the word Eoster actually come from the origins of the word Easter, which means spring or dawn, springtime or dawn. And so they took a word that means springtime or dawn, then they made a goddess out of it. Then we have the holiday based off the original word, but they say it's based off the goddess that we don't even know historically if anybody actually even worshiped this goddess or if it was even a thing. And the only writing is one paragraph in a book about the quadridecimal controversy written by Beebe, who was a Catholic monk. That's the only writings about Eoster. And Ishtar has nothing to do with it, totally unconnected. But we'll look at all the claims. And then we'll look into Beebe, and then we'll look at some Bible verses that justify celebrating the birth of our Savior and the death of our Savior and the resurrection of our Savior and all these feasts that are important and are meant to be held by Christian people, and that it's an American holiday. So you're un-American and you're un-Christian if you're believing into this satanic lie that all these days that we celebrate are pagan. They're doing this to destroy Christianity and to make us look dumb. Okay? Don't fall for it and don't just accept it as true. Do the research or just listen to me. I'll do the research for you right now. So let me start with some thumping. We're going to read the story of the resurrection. Oh, yeah. From Matthew. It's also in Luke. We're going to read it from Matthew. We're going to read all of Matthew 28. So let me find it. I got some verses highlighted that are important, but let's read. All right. He is risen. Chapter 28. In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And behold, there was a great earthquake, and the angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat upon it. His countenance was like lightning, and his raiment white as snow. And for fear of him, the keepers did shake and became as dead men. The angels answered and said unto the women, Fear not ye, for I know that ye seek Jesus, which was crucified. He is not here. This is important. He is not here, for he is risen. As he said, come see the place where the Lord lay. And go quickly and tell his disciples that he is risen from the dead. And behold, he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall you see him. Lo, I have told you. And they departed quickly from the sepulchre with fear and great joy, and did run to bring his disciples word. And as they went to tell his disciples, behold, Jesus met them, saying, All hail. And they came and held him by the feet and worshipped him. Then said Jesus unto them, Be not afraid. Go tell my brethren that they go into Galilee, and there shall they see me. Now when they were going, behold, some of the watch came into the city, and showed unto the chief priests all the things that were done. And when they were assembled with the elders and had taken counsel, they gave large money unto the soldiers, saying, Say ye, his disciples came by night and stole him away while we slept. Now, this is important, unrelated, but here's an example of the disciples lying. Okay, and this is the I've said this many times. I've argued with Freddie about this. Bearing false witness on your brother is not the same as lying. Okay, there is a time to lie. Lying is not inherently immoral. Okay, sometimes it's necessary to lie. Sometimes it's good to lie. In this case, the disciples lie, and they pay the soldiers. They basically bribe them. They pay them, and they say, hey, just say that someone came and stole the body in the night. Okay? Saying, say ye, his disciples came by night and stole him away while we slept. And if this come to the governor's ears, we will persuade him and secure you. So they're telling the guards, hey, just lie. Just lie and say that we stole the body. Okay, that way you don't have to get killed and say you saw Jesus walk out of there. So they were lying to cover for these soldiers who they had no reason to cover for, but that was love. So they took the money and did as they were taught, and this saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. Then the 11 disciples, yeah, this saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. So the Jews still believe this because the disciples told the soldiers to report to the governor and tell him that the disciples stole the body. The Jews to this day still believe that the disciples actually stole the body. Then the 11 disciples went away into Galilee, into the mountain where Jesus had appointed them. And when they saw him, they worshipped him, but some doubted. And Jesus came and spoke unto them, saying, all power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Go ye therefore and teach all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Amen. Observe these things. And that's what we do on Easter. And that's what we do on Christmas. We are observing the days. We are observing these important days and celebrating them, rejoicing and being glad in them. And that's fine. We're supposed to do that. Okay. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. We're not Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay. So that's the story of the resurrection. Praise Jesus. Happy Easter, everybody. Even though it's over, we're a little late, but let me go to the claims now. We're going to first go to the claims. What are the claims of these people? Let's get into it. All right. Here's the claims. The pagan reason we celebrate Easter with colored eggs and bunnies. So I'm going to preface, just like I did with the Christmas tree, the only ties that we have with any paganism is that some of the things that we do, pagans also did, okay? But consider this first, okay? Consider there was a pagan, if there was a pagan tribe that only wore the color blue, right? And they worshipped the color blue. They thought there was a god of the color blue, and they worshipped it. And so they all wore blue. They all wore the color blue, and they worship this color blue, right? Then we conquer them, and they make sacrifices to the color blue. And we say, oh, hey, you got to cut that out. You can't be killing babies to worship your blue god, okay? And also, by the way, this would be dumb anyway. This is a dumb analogy because blue doesn't even exist. Colors are just perceptions that, anyway, that's a whole nother story for another day, but colors aren't real. My blue could be your red and your red could be my blue, and we would never know the difference because it's all subjective. But anyway, so all these pagans worship the color blue. They worship the god of blue. They kill babies and sacrifice them to the blue god. Then we come in, we wipe out these people, the ones that we save alive. We say, hey, you can't be killing babies and worshiping this fake god of blue anymore. But then 3,000 years later, if somebody wears the color blue, are they now pagan? No, that's dumb. Just because somebody did something at some time and practice a certain thing, if you do that same thing, that doesn't mean that you are them. If Hitler ate dinner, if you eat dinner, does that make you a Nazi? No, that's dumb. So this is the basis of this argument that because we have eggs and bunnies, we're now worshiping a pagan goddess who arguably doesn't even historically, of course she didn't exist, but it's arguable that anybody ever even knew of this goddess until a Catholic person wrote about it. So that's debatable. But the pagan reason we celebrate Easter with colored eggs and bunnies. Easter arrives this year, April 17th, but if you think Easter started as a Christian holiday, think again. Well, you're wrong. You don't have to think again, guys. You're right. The history and origins of how Easter began aren't rooted in what Christians know as Resurrection Sunday, but rather as part of the lexicon of pagan holidays and traditions. Even as Christians celebrate the day of Jesus Christ's resurrection, people of other faiths and religious traditions, which existed for millennia before Christianity was established, celebrate their own stories of gods and goddesses being brought back to life again after death. From the Egyptian god Osiris to the Greek god Dionysus, that's a Pokemon, by the way. Among others, resurrection and rebirth have been a fairly common theme among religions and mythology. The story of pagan Easter is about pagan goddess Eostre. Here's the first lie, okay? We're gonna break this down. That's the first lie. Just so you know, Easter's meaning and traditions are closely connected to paganism. Wrong. That's a lie. As stated in The Guardian. In The Guardian. And this is what Christians, I see Christians and conservatives repeating this crap. It's from The Guardian. That's their source. That's this website's source is The Guardian said it, so it must be true. The general symbolic story of because that's a real historic. The Guardian, come on. That'd be like saying, the New York Times said Jesus isn't real, so it must be true. CNN said Jesus isn't real, so it must be true. The Guardian said pagan is Easter, so that's the source. The general symbolic story of the death of the sun on a cross and the constellation of the Southern Cross and his rebirth, overcoming the powers of darkness, was a well-worn story into the ancient world. There were plenty of parallel rival resurrection saviors too. So when you repeat this idea that Easter is pagan, you might as well just say your entire religion is pagan. You're thinking like Freddie thinks if you believe that Easter is pagan. This is the type of stuff Freddie says. In fact, Easter is named after Eoster, lie, a pagan goddess who was worshipped for centuries before Christ. Eoster, this is a lie. We're gonna read it from other texts here shortly, but I'm just gonna let you know right now. Eoster is based on the word Easter, spelled E-A-S-T-R-E, with a weird little line over it. So if we go back before this word Eoster to where it came from, which is Easter, which means springtime or dawn, we see why we call Easter Easter, because dawn is when the sun rises. The sun or the sun. Okay. Anglo-Saxon goddess of spring and fertility, from whom we get the word estrogen. That's a lie. That's not true. The only writings about Easter I'm about to read to you, it's one paragraph in history. I'm about to read it to you in a little bit. She was believed to usher in spring every year, thereby resurrecting the earth from the dead of winter into the new life of spring. Ostar is a pagan festival honoring Eoster that coincides with the spring vernal equinox on March 21st, celebrating the renewal of life on earth, marking the time when the amount of daylight is equal to the amount of nightfall. So it's the same. We're seeing the same trend as what I read to you on Christmas. All the claims are not true. It's just they're just trying to discredit Christians. This is a satanic attack on Christianity from people who hate Christ. They hate what we do. They hate America. They hate Christians. They hate our traditions. And also, just like with Christmas, we were actually doing this stuff before the pagans. The pagans did this stuff. They took our traditions and then they did it, and then we wiped them off the face of the earth. There's no real pagans anymore. Well, depends on what definition of pagan you use. If you use the definition of pagan that I used earlier, which is not people of the book, there are still pagans. But the other definition of the pagan means they worship multiple gods and things like this. There's still pagans out there, but not this type of pagan. Nobody's out slitting throats to Baal and Moloch and stuff like that. Well, they probably are, but not in the same ways. It's more like the elites are the ones doing it. At least they made the elf give the egg back to appease the bunny. We continue this tradition with our egg hunts to this day. My theory is that a monster bunny laid an egg and the elf stole the egg, so the bunny went on a rampage. What the? All right, I like that. That's fine. And also, let me preface all of this with saying this: if you're a Christian and you don't want to celebrate Easter and holidays, that's fine. You don't have to. But don't go around spreading the lie that they're based on pagan traditions, because you're hurting your own religion. You're hurting your own side and your own faith. This is a lie set up by people of the world to discredit us. Don't fall for it. If you don't want to celebrate it, don't celebrate it. But don't be spreading lies. Okay. Jacob's Grinn's Deutsche mythology explains that the idea of resurrection was incorporated in the Ostar celebration as Easter's. See, there's the word. They even have the actual word. Okay, this is the word. Meaning and power could be easily adapted by the resurrection of Jesus Christ. In further effort to aggressively Christianize the pagan population, the Catholic Church taught them that the resurrection of their God happened on Easter. thereby claiming the pagan holiday as a Christian one. That is why, to this day, you will encounter many Christians who mistakenly assume this holiday has purely Christian origins and may even feel insulted when someone challenges this belief. I don't feel insulted. I just feel like you're an idiot, whoever wrote this. And you probably hate Jesus. Pagan Easter traditions. Easter itself is not a pagan holiday. And then the next paragraph, it says Easter is not a pagan holiday. Christians celebrate Easter as the day of Jesus' resurrection, and even though the feast of Jesus' resurrection coincides with pagan, it also coincides with Passover. That doesn't mean it's wholly derived from pagan traditions. It's also the beginning of springtime, which is a great time to celebrate. You've been indoors all winter. It's been cold. You know, you have Christmas at the beginning of winter when it starts getting real cold, and then you have Easter at the beginning of spring. Maybe we'll put a holiday at the beginning of fall too. Oh, Halloween, Thanksgiving. Like, it's just the seasons change and we have celebrations. Just because pagans also did that doesn't make it pagan. That's a dumb argument. Okay. That said, there are many traditional Easter activities that come from pagan practices, rites, and stories. The Easter ham. So if we eat ham on Easter, that's pagan, guys. If you eat pork, you're pagan. One of the reasons ham is part of Easter dinner comes from a pagan lore of Tammuz, a man who was killed by a wild pig. Pagans celebrated by eating a pig to honor. This is so dumb. If you guys eat pork, you're pagan. Did you know that? But let's be consistent. Let's be consistent. The pagans gave tradition of not eating meat for 40 days, which is now part of Lent. Oh, so Lent's also pagan. And after every year, the first Sunday and after the first full moon from the spring equinox, which is the kind of time Easter falls. And a lot of this is like pseudo history. A lot of this stuff is based on not much. The Easter thing, one paragraph from a Catholic. That's all they got. That's where they came up with all of this from, is one paragraph. Easter eggs and Easter egg hunts. According to pagan folklore, one year Easter was late coming in and the snow didn't melt. This made it hard for the birds to find food. One little bird broke its leg while digging through deep snow, showing mercy for the bird. Easter turned it into a rabbit so it could hop on top of the snow. She knew the rabbit. Wikimedia Commons. So their source here is of this picture and this story comes from Wikimedia Commons, because in reality, this story that they're telling right now is not historical. There's no evidence of this story historically. The only place you can find evidence of this story is on websites like this, and Wikimedia is their source, and The Guardian. Okay? This is not history. It's not historical. Nobody believed this. She knew the rabbit still had the heart of a bird, so she allowed it to continue laying eggs, all of which would now boast the glorious colors of spring. It therefore became a tradition for families to paint Easter eggs in the honor of their goddess and in gratitude for spring. It was only centuries later that the tradition of hiding eggs. Now here it comes. The evil Christian persecutors. Hiding eggs grew. Many scholars, you know, they're reliable, believe this practice was a way for pagan families and children to worship Easter without suffering persecution by the Catholic Church, which had criminalized paganism. So it's always the evil Christians. That's where we got the hiding eggs from. Okay. Decorating eggs was also pagan tradition. When life began to blossom in nature, pagans decorated eggs to celebrate the time of rebirth and gift the eggs to family and friends. The Easter egg hunt also comes from pagan traditions, as the pagans used eggs in their celebration of Easter, having to hunt for the eggs and use what they could find. Guys, this is all BS. Just know that. I'm about to rebuttal all of it. So, Easter bunnies. In addition to having been said to turn into a bird, Easter often been depicted as a hare because she was said to bring light and fertility, which the hare represents. Hot cross buns, Easter baskets. So we can't use baskets. We can't eat pork. Bunnies, nope. It's not that they're cute and kids like to pet and hold bunnies and kids like bunnies. Nope. It's not that. It's not that colorful eggs are great and deviled eggs are delicious. Nope, it's not that. Nope, it's pagan. It's all pagan. Don't eat eggs. Don't carry baskets. No rabbits. No pork. No trees. All of that's pagan, guys. Be consistent. Easter and Christmas are not pagan holidays, even if they incorporate pagan traditions. So then they go and they try to recover and basically say the opposite of what they've been saying the whole time. Now let's get into the rebuttals. Why Easter was never anything but a Christian holiday. From Baylor University, from Waco, Texas in 2016. The approach of Easter each year marks many things: an annual resurgence of bunnies, eggs, and pastel colors, the beginning of spring, the end of Lent, to name a few. Most importantly, of course, the Easter holiday serves as a reminder of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. However, there are people who insist the Easter holiday was not created to celebrate Christ's sacrifice, but rather that it has its roots in ancient pagan traditions, specifically Babylonian. It's not even specifically Babylonian, because Easter was not Babylonian. Ishtar was Babylonian. They have nothing to do with each other. Ishtar is the fertility goddess, and that's why you'll see memes that say like Easter is based on a pagan sex rituals and stuff like that. That's Ishtar, which they somehow connected Babylonian Ishtar to Easter, who is arguable that Easter was even a thing. Misunderstandings about the changing date of the Easter holiday, this historical timeline where the name Easter comes from, and even the age of eggs and rabbits in modern day celebrations all contribute to this misconception. Christians have always celebrated the resurrection of Christ, said Beth Allison Barr, PhD, Associate Professor of History. First century Christians celebrated weekly on Sundays as both biblical evidence such as Acts 27 and extra biblical evidence such as the Didache suggests. D.A. Carson, research professor of the New Testament at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, said that the early biblical church, let me blow this camera up. Where was I? Day of worship, resurrection occurred, day of Passover, celebrated the first full moon following the vernal equinox. Hold on, I got lost. D.A. Carson, research professor of the New Testament at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School, said that the early biblical church likely chose Sunday as their day of worship because they connected it with the Lord's resurrection. The Bible says that Jesus' death and resurrection occurred around the time of the Jewish Passover that year, which is celebrated on the first full moon following the vernal equinox. The Last Supper was on the first day of Passover, and Christ's crucifixion occurred on the second day, resulting in today's recognition of Holy Thursday and Good Friday. Therefore, Christians today celebrate Easter on the Sunday following the first full moon on or after the spring equinox. This system for choosing the day, and this is important because we're going to look into this, on which Easter was celebrated, established at the First Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. The shifting day, now this is just a day. This is just the day we celebrated on, which I don't really think is that important. The months, the days of the week, they're all named after gods and goddesses. We're going to be consistent and say we can't celebrate Easter because it's pagan. Well, you can't say the days of the week either, because Thursday, Sunday, those are all named after different gods and goddesses and pagan things. So you can't say the days of the week. You can't say the directions, north, south, east, and west. You can't say all these things are pagan, if we're going to be consistent. Spring equinox, the date on which Easter is celebrated, clearly has nothing to do with any kind of pagan lunar worship or vernal equinox celebration, Barr said. However, there's still the theory that the holiday itself is derived from a pagan celebration of the goddess of spring and fertility, although no such event is known that predates the first Christian celebrations of Easter. Again, these things came after Christianity. These Ishtar and these Eosters, these things came after Christianity started. They came like the 7th century. Council of Nicaea happened in 325. In the 3rd and 4th century, the books, the Gospels, the books of the New Testament were written in the 1st century, so AD. So these things came after, then they copied us, and now Satan's trying to flip it like he always does. Easter was clearly being celebrated by predates first. Easter was clearly being celebrated by Mediterranean Christians during the 2nd century and probably in the 1st century as well, Barr said. As such, there is no way that it is derived from a Nordic or Germanic pagan festival. And that's we're about to get into that too. The eggs and the bunnies are actually Germanic. It comes from German people. Now I'm sure the people would argue, well, if you go back farther, then it actually goes to no. That Easter crap is all a lie. They don't know anything about this Easter person, which we're about to see. And the rabbit and the egg thing with Easter, that was stolen from German people who brought it up to America. That was one of their traditions. It is historically existed postdates the Christian celebration. By the 2nd century, there was clear evidence that Christian community was celebrating an annual commemoration of Christ's resurrection, Easter. Indeed, because of the quarrel over exactly when the precise date for the celebration should be, known as the Quatrodecimanism controversy, it is clear that celebrating Easter was already a long-established custom by early Christians. So we were celebrating it for years before these pagan rituals, okay? But we didn't. The problem was we moved the days around because we weren't sure on which day we should celebrate it. And also the calendar changed from the calendar back then, which I have the days of the months of the calendar back then are Tishri, Cheshvan, Kislev, Tevet, Shavat, Adar. Adar is when Easter was originally pre-Gregorian calendar. So then once they made the Gregorian calendar, they changed the names. We had to figure out, well, when are we going to celebrate Easter? Because we don't have Adar anymore. Nisan, Iyar, Sivan, Tammuz, Av, and Elul. Those are the pre-Gregorian calendar months. So they didn't even have the month of April when we were celebrating Easter. And this quatrodecimanism controversy is basically the argument of what days we should have celebrations. And Beebe, the Catholic priest Beebe, wrote about this controversy, and that's when he mentions Easter as choosing the month with which we celebrate Easter. Okay, so it is clear that celebrating Easter was already long established custom by early Christians. The idea of the existence of a pagan celebration forming the roots of Christian Easter came from an 8th century scholar known as the Venerable Beebe. Beebe claimed in his work, The Reckoning of Time, that there was a celebration of the goddess Easter, which took place each April, that was replaced by the Christian celebration of the resurrection of Christ. However, there is no mention of this goddess in any other literature from the time outside of Beebe's work. Therefore, we are unable to confirm that the existence of such a pagan deity. The lack of evidence makes it unlikely that any kind of celebration in the goddess' honor existed, Barr said. The issue is also one of etymology. Beebe suggested that the term Easter was derived from the name of the month in which the goddess was supposedly celebrated, which was the equivalent of April. Avar. A more modern theory, though, is that the word Easter originated from a mistaken interpretation of the early Latin-speaking Christians' designation of Easter week as Hebdomada Alba, or the Week of Albs, because of the white robes worn by baptismal candidates during that time. Although in this context, Alba serves as the feminine form of albus, meaning white. Some thought it was the word Alba, meaning dawn. Old High German speakers took the word Alba to mean dawn and started referring to the holiday as Eostarnum, which meant dawn in their language. Eostaren eventually evolved into the contemporary German word for Easter, Ostern, and then the English Easter. Before the 4th century, so it just means dawn or springtime. That's where it comes from. The goddess's name is the name of the month, is based off this word. So you could say Easter comes from Eoster. No, it comes from, if you go back farther, it comes from Easter. It literally, the word comes from the word Easter. And it just means dawn, or Eostarum, Eostarun. Before the 4th century, the holiday was referred to as Pascha for its associations with Passover. The word for Easter in many European languages derives from Pascha, such as French Pasques, Spanish La Pasa de Resurrección, Dutch Pasen, and Italian Pasqua. The name Easter is clearly related to the word Pascha, and it is more likely associated with the time that the resurrection is celebrated than any sort of vague pagan deity. Outside of the date, historical timeline, and names, some individuals point to the use of eggs and bunnies in today's celebration of Easter as remnants of pagan traditions. Many religions and traditional customs have used eggs and even rabbits, Barr said. But this does not mean that the Christian use of these symbols, especially eggs, is pagan. Historical parallels do not equal historical evidence. Facts. Duh. Just because a pagan did something and you do that same thing, it doesn't mean you're pagan. Okay? It's very simple. It's not a good argument to say that lots of people, lots of cultures had eggs. Lots of cultures has symbols, you know, eagles. Guess what? Look, this is an American eagle shirt. You know who else had an eagle as their symbol? America. You know who else had an eagle as their symbol? Hitler. So if I wear this shirt, does this mean that I'm a Nazi now? Because I have an eagle on my shirt. And Hitler had an eagle on his flag. No, that's stupid. So don't fall for that nonsense, okay? The Easter Bunny was not used in Easter celebrations until the early modern world, and therefore the use of the rabbit has no historical or significant connection to any pagan festivals. Duh. Easter, the word Easter is only called Easter in English. It's not called Easter in any other language. It's called Pascha or Passover. Christian Americans are the only ones who call it Easter. Well, English-speaking people, white people. The falcon came from Egypt. Oh, man, I must be Egyptian now. See? You see how dumb that is? It's dumb. I have seen arguments connecting Easter eggs to the Babylonian and even Zoroastrian traditions, Barr said, but the medieval European world had no knowledge of these customs or celebrations. Historians didn't learn about them until very recently. So they're saying that we started using the eggs to copy the pagans, but we didn't even know that the pagans used the eggs and the bunny rabbits. And now all of a sudden historians know about these pagans using. No, what they do is they want to discredit Christianity. So they say, oh, did you know we found out that eggs and bunny rabbits were pagan? So you Christians have been worshiping pagan goddesses and gods. No. Nope, that's not true. That's wrong. Let's see. I didn't learn about the most historical logical roots for Easter eggs is their use during medieval Eastern traditions. Eggs were prohibited during Lent, and so in preparation for their return to eating eggs, people decorated eggs and used them as part of the Easter celebrations. This is the most reasonable source for the tradition to continue today. In today's celebration, eggs are used to commemorate new life, specifically the new life of Jesus. Easter is and always has been a celebration of the resurrection of Christ, Barr said. Even if Beebe was correct that the name for the time of celebrating the resurrection derives from an unrelated Anglo-Saxon goddess, it still doesn't affect the content of Easter. The only reason Easter exists as a holiday is because of the resurrection. It is a shame that modern, and I would argue, unsubstantiated debates about its pagan roots have so distracted Christians from the purpose of Easter, celebrating the risen Christ. Facts. Stop believing lies from people who hate God. They hate God. They hate Christ. They lie. That's what Satan does. Don't believe into the lies. Christmas is not pagan. Easter is not pagan. Halloween is not pagan. These are all Christian, and if you're in America, they're American holidays. Look up the cosmic egg. It's supposed to represent the universe. Let's look from Grace Communion. Actually, where's the Catholic Answers? We're going to go to the Catholic Answers. Now, of course, you guys know I'm not Catholic, but since the person who wrote about Easter was Catholic, and I would not argue that the Catholics have done the most research and the most investigation into world religions out of any group in the entire history of the world. You have to give them credit. You have to give credit where credit's due. And the Vatican does have vaults with all the ancient texts. All the ancient texts. Freddie, what was that library you talked about being burnt? I bet you the Vatican has all those books in vaults. Refurbished. Maybe they had some damage. They had some water damage. They were burnt, whatever, because that ship caught on fire and sank. We were talking about that library that got burnt, that Egyptian library that got burnt. I bet you the Catholics have those records in the Vatican, in the vault. So the Catholics know about this. If there's one thing I'm not going to question them on, I may disagree with some of their practices, but if there's one thing I'm not going to question them on, it's knowledge of historical religions, world religions, theology, philosophy. They have the records. They've done the research. So I'm going to take their word for it over some Christ haters' words. There's a popular image that makes its round on social media every year claiming the Christian celebration of Easter finds its roots in the more ancient celebration of Germanic goddess Easter, also known as Ishtar. Actually, not also known as Ishtar. The text in the graphic reads as follows. So here's a picture of this meme that goes around. There's other memes too. Library of Alexandria. Yeah, I bet you the Vatican has whatever's left of the Library of Alexandria. They got it. They got it. St. Paul tells us, test everything, hold fast what is good. When it comes to the Eoster Ishtar Easter claim, we can conceive a situation where cultural practices are baptized by retaining certain elements. Now, this is a different argument. Okay, so even if you can't convince somebody that the eggs and the rabbit are actually not pagan at all, and that the pagans and these historians claim that they're pagan just to discredit Christianity, and that we were celebrating it first and using these traditions and these symbols first, even if you can't convince somebody of that, then you got another backup rebuttal right here. You could say, when we conquered the pagans, we baptized some of their traditions. Now, slitting a child's throat and dripping the blood over a Christmas tree, over a tree, not a Christmas tree, over a pagan tree. This is what some pagans would do this, okay? They would do child sacrifices, you know, just how the Mayans would rip out hearts and kill babies on their pyramids to worship sun gods. Some pagans would sacrifice children and drip the blood over trees to hopefully please the gods and get better crops the next year. Okay? And that's where this idea that the Christmas tree is pagan is because the pagans did this stuff with trees at certain times of the year. No. Nobody's sacrificing babies on Christmas trees, okay? That's pagan. But having a tree decorated, that's not pagan. That doesn't automatically make it pagan. And if the tree thing is because we wiped out the pagans and then we took some of their traditions because people were comfortable with these things, we baptized these traditions. Just like you and I, we're all born of the flesh, we're all fallen, we're all pagan. We were all pagan at some point. Some of us might still be pagan. We were all pagan at some point, but you get baptized by the fire of the Holy Spirit, and now you're not pagan anymore. Guess what? You're born again of the Spirit. So the same way we can baptize these traditions. So if you can't convince somebody with the first rebuttal, which is no, that's just stupid, then you go on to this more reasonable rebuttal and say, okay, yeah, the eggs in the bunny were pagan, but we baptized that tradition. We made it Christian. Okay. I like the first rebuttal better myself, but you could use this one too. Baptized by retaining certain elements while letting problematic ones go, like killing babies. If that were the case with Easter, it would be a big deal, just as it is. And see, they're going to say here that that's not really what happened here. If that were the case with Easter, it wouldn't be a big deal, just as it isn't a big deal when we find it elsewhere. If the original custom was about celebrating fertility and sex, it is certainly not about that anymore. It's all about the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. Any Catholic will tell you that, so you could simply dismiss claims like these when you encounter them and not worry much about whether they're true or not. So yeah, that's one rebuttal. You could just say, you know, okay, I get it. These were the traditions. I don't know about the history. I haven't researched into it, but we baptized those traditions and we made them pure because they used to be a lot more degenerate. They were about sex and fertility and blah, blah, blah. No, you know, fertility's fine. Having babies is great, but we baptized these traditions and made them Christian. You could use that rebuttal if you don't want to go into the deep history about how these people making these claims are just dumb and they haven't really looked into it. Let's see what chat said. Heard about to open the Egyptian Book of Knowledge. Not true. Look up cosmic egg. What's the difference between a heathen and a pagan? Heathen means people of. Heath means woods. Heath means forest. Heathen just means people of the. So heathen doesn't actually imply. When somebody says you're living like a heathenistic life and they say it pejoratively, like as an insult, they're saying you're living a worldly life, basically. But heathen isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like if you go live off the land in the woods, I guess what makes you heathen, because the heath is just the woods. I think it's a Germanic word for the woods or the forest. If you live off the land and you know, you're out in the trees with nature, you would be a heathen. That doesn't necessarily mean your beliefs or your views have to be heathen. Now, if you have heathen beliefs, that means maybe you're celebrating nature, you worship Mother Earth or Mother Nature or whatever like that. That would make you have heathen beliefs. But you can live a heathen life, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing anything wrong. You just, if you live out in the woods in a tent, you're being a heathen. You're being of the woods. Heathen just means of the woods or of the earth. Freddie could beat you. Could you beat JS in chess? I don't think he's ever beaten me. He might have beaten me once. JS don't know what pagan means? Yeah, I do. I've actually pulled up all the different definitions of it on a show like a year ago. And I'm not going to answer your dictionary, give you dictionary definitions of words. I've given you 2 definitions, Freddie, just in this show. And if we go back to old shows, you just do like, you know, a little research, pay attention to what I'm saying instead of just ignoring everything I'm saying while you're here. Pay attention to what I'm saying, try to learn something, then you would already know what the definition of pagan was. You wouldn't have to ask me every single holiday. Duh. All right. But yeah, so the Catholics basically just reiterate everything that was just said in that. Let me see. There's one thing. And finally, what good anti-Catholic conspiracy theory doesn't involve the Roman Emperor Constantine? Although it has been said that Constantine did much to allow the Christian religion to flourish, it's stretched to claim he decided to Christianize the empire, altering the celebration of Easter to represent the resurrection of Jesus. Constantine called for the Council of Nicaea to settle the Arian controversy, and while it was convened, the Council Fathers also settled the debate over when to celebrate Easter. The feast was already being celebrated at that time. The dispute was only about what day it should fall on. Again, we were celebrating Easter long before we celebrated on April. So when people say, oh, you're not celebrating it on the right day, the day doesn't matter. We just celebrate these things. Okay? You're actually supposed to give joy, rejoice, and be glad in all these things every day. Every day should be a celebration of Jesus and the Lord. But these days are for the kids. These days and these traditions are for the kids and the family to instill memories into the children. And then when they grow up and they realize Santa's not real, the Easter Bunny's not real, then when they realize, oh, this was just fun. I was a child. Now I'm an adult. Now I see that bunny and eggs, and that was just for fun. It was just fun and it wasn't real. Great. But what they're going to remember is what you teach them that the holidays are about. I would encourage people not to teach your kids that Christmas is about a tree and lights and giving gifts. Christmas is about the birth of the Savior, the birth of Jesus. Easter is about the resurrection of Jesus. That's why more people go to church on Christmas and Easter than any other days. Okay? You take the family to church. Even if you only go twice a year, you go on Easter and Christmas. Take the family to church. Tell the kids what this day represents. And then we do these fun things with the children to build memories, to instill memories into them. They're gonna remember the great time they had with their family. They're not gonna grow up and worship a bunny. They're not gonna grow up and worship Santa Claus. They're gonna worship Jesus because they have parents that instilled that in them, and they have great memories with their families of doing these traditions and these holidays. And then they say, but every year, Mom and Dad told me, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And then they relate these great fun memories of these great days. Like I remember Christmases with my family. I remember Easters with my family. And I look back at these memories fondly, but I don't worship the presents that were given to me. I could care less about the presents. I don't still have those presents anymore. What I care about is the meaning of the days that my parents instilled into me and the values of this country, this Christian country, America. So don't fall for the mess. Don't fall for the nonsense. That's the extent of the connection. Yeah, so the dispute was about the day it should fall on. This is the quantradecimanism controversy. So what is the quantradeciman controversy? The Passover Easter Quatredeciman controversy. Early church history contains records of an obscure but once quite heated controversy. The Quatredeciman controversy refers to the 14th day of the Quatredeciman refers to the 14th day of the month. It is sometimes called the Passover Easter controversy. Others have called it the Easter controversy or the Paschal controversy. Perhaps it is not even fair to call it a controversy. That some scholars refer to it as the Easter controversy is unfortunate since Easter is an English word. Today, the word implies for most English speakers a host of cultural assumptions alien to the original controversy. The disputants in the Quatredeciman controversy did not use Easter to describe what they were arguing over. Therefore, to describe the Quatredeciman controversy as a Passover Easter controversy can obscure the nature of the dispute rather than clarify it. And the dispute was just about the days that we were going to have these celebrations. I'm not going to read all of this. Celebration of Christ's resurrection. In summary, the Quatredeciman controversy was not an Easter Passover controversy as we understand those terms today. The Roman Church apparently did not initiate the celebration of Jesus' resurrection, and the Asian churches had no objection to this practice. Evidence indicates that they and the Apostle John did the same. It was not a matter of false Christians at Rome rejecting God's law, substituting pagan festivals for God's holy days. There is no evidence that the early Roman Church chose Sunday as their day of the celebration just to be different than the Jews. They chose Sunday based on their understanding of when the gospel said Jesus rose from the dead. The issues that separated the Quatredecimans from the other Christians were over the timing of their customs, not the value of their customs or the timing of the resurrection. Initially, those holding different views considered each other Christian. They understood each other to be part of the body of Christ. To display their unity, they took the Lord's Supper together, whatever the date. It should go without saying that celebrating the foundational events of our faith, especially events having to do with Jesus' earthly ministry, is fitting. Celebrating his resurrection is the joyful response of believers to the message, he is risen. It is not surprising that early Christians formalized such celebrations as part of their annual cycle of worship. By contrast, those who argue over dates often miss the profound significance of the events being celebrated. Facts. The date's not important. The date's not important. We don't even have the same calendar we had back then. We don't have the same months. We don't have the same days of the week. It doesn't matter. It's arguable that the years 500 to 800 even happened. I talk about one day we're going to have to do a deep dive into that because that's a fun conspiracy theory right there. You guys ever heard of that? You ever heard that the years 500 AD to 800 AD never happened? Nothing historical happened in that time period. They'll call it the Dark Ages. That's when the Church of Alexandria thing that Freddie talks about happens. They call it the Dark Ages, and they say that there was no great historical writings, there was no innovations, there was no technology innovations, nothing happened from 500 to 800 AD. And it's arguable that, and we could go deep into it about how the king at the time needed to change the years so that I haven't done all the research, or I don't have it on the top of my mind, but one day we'll talk about that. One day we'll talk about that, and that it's actually not the year 2023. It's actually the year 1723. Booyah. So don't worry about the days. Days don't matter. And that they had a big argument about that at the Council of Nicaea. And of course they made the decision because the church trumps the Bible. Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, Jesus Christ, it's all for the global. You're an idiot, Freddie. You're the one in a mental asylum right now. You're the one in a rehab, buddy. Sorry. You can't come in here trash talking Jesus and not get trash talked back. Tell me about it when you're not getting MK Ultra in a insane asylum, buddy. All right. Let's move on. Or not move on, but I think we got a couple more things. We're going to talk about Beebe. So this is his book about the Quatredeciman controversy. Catholic author, The Reckoning of Time from Beebe. This is the only time Eoster is mentioned historically, and it's in a Catholic document. So, let me pull it up for you guys. You can't see it. Yeah, you're going to come in here trash talking Jesus. I'm going to trash talk you, buddy. Get out of that facility and then talk to me. Satan's got you. Satan's got you. But the sun crosses the equator. All right. Jesus is the reason for the season. That's right, Tar Baby Yoda. That's right. What happened to Frederica? I don't know. He's in a rehab or something, or an MK Ultra testing facility, or an insane asylum, or something like that, or jail. I don't know what he's in. He called up on Discord from this facility, showed us all around the facility, and then he wouldn't tell us what was going on, why he was there. You can't do that on a stream, Fred. You can't not tell us what's going on and just because then we just gotta speculate. We just gotta come up with stuff, and it could be wrong. But I don't know. I'm worried about you. You need to find God. You need to find God. You need to stop mocking Christ because you're gonna suffer and die from it. And I don't want that for you. So that's the answer. He said an insane asylum. He told me it was an insane asylum, actually, not a rehab. It looked like a rehab, though. But he said it was an insane asylum. I think he's getting MK Ultra, though, bottom line. So The Reckoning of Time is a very influential work composed by the monk Bebe in 735. So again, this Eoster, the only writing that we have about this Eoster figure that they say is the basis of Easter, the only writings historically we have of this person come from 725 AD, which I just said didn't exist. I just said no good historical writing, no useful historical writings came from 500 to 800 AD. And then we find this, of course, some nonsense about Eoster, who isn't mentioned anywhere else historically, came from the Dark Ages, came from a year that doesn't even exist. Yeah, whatever, Bebe. And what kind of name is Bebe? The Reckoning of Time was a very influential work composed by the monk Bebe. This manuscript is one of nearly 50 surviving copies. It was made in the 11th or 12th century. Right, so it was written in 725, but it wasn't printed until the 12th century. That's because 725 didn't exist. Is now France, judging from the script and decoration, the way its parchment was prepared. Bebe's text is found here alongside many other texts on mathematics and astronomy, including Bebe's earlier scientific treatises, De Naturam Rerum, on the nature of things, and De Temporibus Liber, on times, composed in 703, as well as Diagram of the planet's orbits by Abbo and Fleury in 1004, and Cicero's poem on the constellations. This book contains a number of illustrations and diagrams, including a diagram showing the Roman method of counting to 10,000 and beyond with your fingers. What? Who's gonna do that? That's like the thing where they put the knuckle down to figure out hundreds and thousands. I think we learned in school that when I was younger how to do that counting. It's a weird way of counting, but you get like knuckles. You use your knuckles for hundreds, and you can count in thousands. And anyway, so yeah, this writing from Bebe was not even. It wasn't a historical thing. It was more of a scientific thing and a mathematics thing. They were trying to make calendars. They were trying to figure out days by using the stars, using astronomy, and planets and orbits and constellations. They're using all these things to figure out that the world is round. Yes, Bebe did write about the world being round. He's one of the first people to write about the world being round. Was a Catholic monk, a very religious man, and they made fun of him for it. And the elite said, no, it's flat. You can't go exploring. You can't leave the country. You can't go exploring. You'll sail off the edge of the earth. Ignore these stupid Christians and these stupid Catholics. They don't know what they're talking about. They're not the ones funding all the science research in the modern world. No. So, so the book was not a historic. It wasn't supposed to be like a historical dissertation on ancient pagan traditions. He mentions Eoster in one paragraph, and it's in relation to the name of a month due to the star's positioning. Okay. Orbits around Abbo Fleury, diagram showing the Roman method. The Reckoning of Time deals with computus, the science of time reckoning, and how to calculate the date of Christian holidays, such as Easter. Composing the text for his pupils at Wearmouth Jarrow, Beebe used the similes to communicate abstract ideas. Explaining that the earth is shaped like a sphere, Beebe said that it is not circular like a shield or spread out like a wheel, but resembles a ball being equally round in all directions. Because it was so clearly written with examples of teachers and pupils, De Temporum Ratione became one of Beebe's most popular works, remaining a core school book in Western Europe for centuries. This manuscript was digitized with the support of the Polonsky Foundation. So yeah, this is the Reckoning of Time. This is the book that mentions Eoster. I thought I had it. It was in that Catholic article. Let me pull it up one more time because I didn't read the quote from the book, and I wanted to. Okay, so here's the quote. The truth that historians know jack squat about Eoster. The only primary source we have in the entire historical record comes from St. Beebe, an English Catholic monk. On this topic, he writes, and this is all that is written about Eoster. Okay, until way later, they started making stuff up to discredit Christianity. Eoster month has a name which is now translated Paschal month, and which was once called after the goddess of theirs named Eoster, in whose honor feasts were celebrated in that month. Now they designate that Paschal season by her name, calling the joys of the new rite by the time-honored name of the old observance. That's all. That's all. That's where this whole idea comes from, is this one guy's thoughts, and he was Catholic. So yeah. There's the months. There's the months in the Hebrew calendar. Adar was the equivalent of April. Wait, no. That's March. Nisan, March to April. So, yeah. So these don't even line up right. This is the 6th month, 12th month of the religious year on the Hebrew calendar, roughly corresponding to the month of March in the Gregorian calendar. Is a month of 29 days. So see, the days don't line up. But last but not, so that's it. We made all the rebuttals. We checked all the claims. We made all the rebuttals. Last but not least, we're going to do some Bible thumping. We're going to do a little more Bible thumping to wrap up the show. So, we looked into Beebe. We looked into the Reckoning of Time, the Quantrodeciman controversy. So, let me just do a little thumping to round us off to show that it's okay. Thanks, Dean. I'm making moves. Are you getting paid? There must be white women there. I think Freddie was trolling us, Josh. That place looked like a college he was walking around in. Probably chased him out when they found out he didn't have a GED. No, it looked like a facility. I've been in facilities like that. But yeah, he says he's got to stay at this place. I don't know if it's a study. I don't know what it is, guys. I'm just joking. But he came on the stream the only reason I'm even talking about it is because he came on the Discord from this place, and then he wouldn't tell us exactly the truth. And I never know when Freddie's telling the truth or he's lying or he's being genuine or disingenuous. So I don't know what's going on there. A while ago, he said it was a mental place. He said it rehab. He said it was, I don't know, but I think he's doing like a study to get paid. One of those things where you go and you stay there for a month, you get out and you get like $8,000. But since he wouldn't tell us the truth, we're just going to speculate. We're going to say that he's getting MK Ultra and he's going to be programmed to do something crazy. Unlike JS that plays Hogwarts for hours. That's why men are in fallen state. 6 hours of your life wasted for $10. 6 hours of your life wasted for $10. What are you talking about? I'm streaming too, and you're watching. I'd rather be playing a game, doing a stream, reacting to videos, learning new things, watching debates, learning things, being entertained, talking to people in the chat. I'd rather be doing all that instead of just being the guy watching the person doing all that stuff. So, I mean, whatever. At least I'm not getting MK Ultra right now. 52 Bible verses about celebration. No, I got the verses ready right here. So, We'll go to Luke 22 and 20, Luke 15, 23 and 24. Of course, he is risen. This is from the prodigal son, but this is a parable that relates to the resurrection of Christ, the son returning to the Father, and basically telling us to celebrate this. This is telling us to celebrate. So it's the prodigal son, verses 23 and 24. And bring hither the fatted calf and kill it, and let us eat and be merry. For this my son was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. And they began to be merry. That's Jesus telling us to celebrate his resurrection. My son was lost and is found. He was dead and he rose again. Celebrate. Bring the fatted calf. Have a celebration. Rejoice. Okay? The Bible tells us to celebrate these things. It even tells us this in the Old Testament. Let's go to Exodus. Now, this is referring to the Passover, but Passover and Easter are arguably, the same thing. One's for Christians and one's for Jews, basically. Okay? And we got 2 verses in Exodus. Exodus 23, 13 and 14. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. So this is in Exodus. God's telling us 3 times a year, you need to have a feast for God. Now, people will argue because, they'll say it's a contradiction because in Isaiah, I don't have the verse saved, but in Isaiah talks about, I hate your feasts. I hate your traditions. Stop doing these feasts and stop keeping these feasts and these traditions. Isaiah was talking specifically to certain tribes that were pagan. They were doing pagan things. They were worshiping gods and they were doing degenerate practices. They were killing babies and sacrificing children and raping women and things of this nature. So this is what Isaiah hated. He wasn't saying that all feasts were bad. He's saying stop these pagan feasts. Okay? But God commanded us to keep 3 feasts for him every year. At least. There are other verses say, rejoice in his name and be glad in him every day. Always, constantly rejoicing, constantly celebrating God in Christ. Okay? Let's go to Exodus 12, 14. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by ordinance forever. Now, this is talking about Passover. And again, when I'm celebrating Easter, Passover, these are the same things. The Old Testament is reiterated in the New Testament. Easter is just the new Passover. I don't have a problem. You call it Passover, you call it Easter, Pascha, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. I'm celebrating the day that Jesus rose. On Christmas, I'm celebrating the day that Jesus died. Or the day Jesus was born. I'm sorry. Good Friday is the day he died. On Thanksgiving, I celebrate America. 4th of July, I celebrate America. Halloween, I celebrate the saints. Or I celebrate the hallowed. All Saints Day, I celebrate the saints. Memorial Day, we celebrate America. If you live through it, be careful. I hope many younger males who are in the fallen state watch JS play Hogwarts. They will see an alpha male and find their way to Josh Show, and they will become red-pilled. Based. You see? I hope some woke people come over and try to hate on me. And then they see it, and they're like, oh, this guy's kind of chill. Yep. And we're going to convert. We're going to bring Freddie back to God. He knows God. He knows God. He knows Christ. He just is vexed. And we're going to bring him back. We're going to be honest and show him some love. We're going to bring him back. I'm not looking for the 99 sheep that are already righteous. I'm looking for the one who's gone astray. That's all we got to look for. So, all right. So keep the feast forever. That's Exodus 12, 14. We got another Old Testament one. I wanted to focus on some Old Testament verses that justify, because like these Jehovah's Witness people, they'll say it's wrong to celebrate. What are you talking about? We're told to rejoice and be glad in God throughout the Bible. to celebrate, to have feasts, to rejoice, to like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I got I don't know why I got this Psalms. I don't think this was the Lord is great, great to be praised. He is feared above all gods. Oh, that's different. That was for the Mormons. That bookmark's not supposed to be in there. But yeah, so another Old Testament one, we got Jeremiah 31, 17 through 19, specifically 19, but we're going to read all the way to 17. For I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, saith the Lord, because they called thee an outcast, saying, This is Zion, whom no man seeketh after. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob's tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places, and the city shall be builded up upon her own heap, and the palace shall remain after the manner thereof. Okay. And out of them shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry, and I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. This is saying the people who show thanksgiving, who celebrate God, who rejoice, and give thanks to God, are blessed. They will multiply, and they will be glorified. So there's nothing wrong with praising God. There's nothing wrong with being thankful. There's nothing wrong with celebrating. We're supposed to celebrate. We're actually commanded to keep these celebrations forever. At least 3 times a year, but really should be every day. Are Amish people Jehovah's Witnesses? No, they are not. But yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate any days. And it's kind of sad. A lot of times the kids grow up to, and then if the kids grow up and leave, the whole family disowns them. Like, you can't even talk to somebody in your family who's not, and it's evil. It's wicked. It's a cult. Oh, we gonna celebrate. Yep. I can't stand Christians saying Christians shouldn't celebrate these days. It's pagan. Christmas and Easter are pagan. You shouldn't be celebrating. No, I'm gonna celebrate. Oh, we gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate Jesus. All right. And then so that's Old Testament justifications. Prophecies, Old Testament prophecies saying in the future, people are going to celebrate the Son of Man. People are going to celebrate. This is all prophesied in the Old Testament that we would celebrate for all of time the Son of Man. Okay, so that's what we're doing on Easter and Christmas. And we're supposed to do that, and it's okay, and it's prophesied, and it's not pagan to do that. Last but not least, I think I already read all of Matthew 28. So I think that's all I got. I think that's all the verses I got on giving thanks and praise. We got a lot of other verses here from this website. Verses on celebration. Some of these are kind of stretch, but they shall eagerly utter the memory of your abundant goodness and will shout joyfully of your righteousness. That's Psalms 145:7. Colossians 2:16, therefore no one is to act as your judge in regard to food or drink or in respect to a festival or a new moon or a Sabbath day. No one is to act as your judge. If whatever day you want to celebrate the Sabbath on, whatever festival or food or drink that you have, you can eat a ham. It's not pagan. You can eat an Easter ham. It's not pagan. You can eat deviled eggs just because they have the word devil in them. They're not actually demonic. They're actually delicious. Okay. Psalms 95:2. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving. Let us shout joyfully to him with psalms. Exodus 23:14. 3 times a year you shall celebrate a feast to me. I read that one. Psalms 126:3. The Lord has done great things for us. We are glad. I've already read I read some of these. Deuteronomy 16:1, observe the month of Abib and celebrate Passover to the Lord your God. For in the month of Abib, the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt by night. And that's the same month that we celebrate. It's interesting that I would say Jesus died and rose again, one or the other, on Passover for a reason. They happened because the same way that Jesus is just like Adam, he's like a new Adam. the Passover gets repeated by Jesus' resurrection. It's like the Old Testament and the New Testament mesh together. They overlap. There's a lot of repeating from the Old Testament in the New Testament. Those are prophecies being fulfilled. It's not a coincidence that Easter and Passover are celebrated at the same time. They happened at the same time. It's arguable that it happened in April. It happened in Abib or Ava or whatever, Adar or Nisan, whatever calendar, whatever month you want to call it. They happened at the same time. Isaiah 30:29, you will have songs as in the night when you keep the festival, and gladness of the heart as when one marches to the sound of the flute, to go into the mountain of the Lord, to the rock of Israel. Now that's Isaiah 30:29, but there's another Isaiah verse. People will say it's a contradiction because they don't read the full context. Let me see if I can find him. Let me see if I can find it. First, let me read this Jeremiah 30:19. From them will proceed thanksgiving and the voice of those who celebrate. And I will multiply. Oh, I already read that. Yeah, I already read that. I will multiply them. They will not be diminished. I will honor them and they will not be insignificant. But where's the other Isaiah verse? In Job, it talks about the sons going and celebrating a feast. But I'm trying to find. Nehemiah. I'm pretty sure it's here. Isaiah 1:14 says, I hate your new moon festivals and your appointed feasts. They have become a burden to me. I am weary of bearing them. But then in Isaiah, the other Isaiah that I just read to you, Isaiah 30:29, you will have songs as you keep the festival and gladness in your heart. So you have to read, you can't just read these one verses and be like, oh, they contradict each other. No, they don't contradict each other. He's talking about two different types of feasts. One feast, they're slitting babies' throats and dripping the blood on the table and like having orgies with golden calves, lighting people on fire and things of this nature. One feast, they're worshiping the Lord. So one's okay, one's not. It's not a contradiction. But yeah, so that's enough verses. Basically, it's very clear that we are supposed to celebrate. We're supposed to hold these feasts. We're supposed to hold these celebrations. We're supposed to rejoice and be glad. Celebrate Jesus' birth. Celebrate his resurrection, his death. Celebrate. Just celebrate every day, constantly. Have feasts 3 times a year. Hold the feasts. I'll celebrate Passover. I'm not Jewish, but I'll celebrate Passover. So these holidays are not pagan. We've gone through the whole year. We only got 3 shows left in this year, and there's no more holidays before the end of the year, before the last 1 year show. There's no more holidays. We did all the holidays. If you have any questions, go to my live tab or go to the Dreaded Conservative playlist and just find the episode on Halloween. Find the episode on Christmas. Find the episode on Easter. And I went, even Valentine's Day. My nose is itchy. That's why I keep rubbing my nose. Even Valentine's Day. We talked about all the holidays. And it's been a year. Easter was the last one we did. We knocked it off. We checked it off. Next year, all I have to do is clip these videos and put out little videos. I don't have to do these whole long dissertations anymore. But hopefully, I'm implanting this stuff by reading it with you guys and doing this live research, researching into this stuff, reading this stuff out loud, live with the chat. It helps solidify it into my mind. I also write it down. So, you could just read something. I could just read a book, like a fiction, like a Stephen King book or something. I've read almost every Stephen King book. I couldn't tell you the plot of half of them. I've read 60 Stephen King books. I can't tell you what Joyland is about. I can't tell you what every short story was about. I can't remember. I'd have to read a refresher and I'd be like, oh, that was cool. Some really big ones, really impactful ones that I really liked, Under the Dome, The Stand, I can tell you about because I've seen the movies, I've read the book multiple times. I really like these books, but a lot of the books I can't even think of the plot. I know I read them because I had a checklist and I went through all of them. But so just reading something, you know, that's cool. But it doesn't get it implanted into your mind so that if I ever am in a debate live with somebody, I'm talking to somebody in Discord or something, and they bring up this Easter is pagan stuff, I'm learning with you guys. I already knew the Easter was not pagan, but now I've researched it. I've taken notes as I'm reading, and then I've read it out loud with the chat, seen the chat's responses to it, responded to their questions, and now it's implanted in my mind. Now, if I ever get in a debate or an argument with somebody and they say Easter's pagan, I'm going to rattle off all the reasons that it's BS. So, and I hope that you guys can do the same. You know, we don't have to go along with the mess. Demonically delicious. What the? Jesus came to fulfill the law, not make it disappear. Some of the laws, some of the old laws, the tribal ceremonial laws, he did do away with those because those weren't actually laws, like wearing different materials and not eating shellfish. Like those weren't moral laws. Those were ceremonial laws and tribal laws and stuff like that. Doesn't matter. And if you're Jewish, you should keep the Jewish tribal laws. That's kosher. But I'm not Jewish, so I don't care about Jewish tribal laws. You've gotten sharper on the subject. Why is Freddie ticked at me? I don't know, because he's bipolar. He's up and down like a roller coaster. He needs God. He doesn't have perfect peace. And he's probably getting drugged up in MK Ultra right now. He's unstable at this moment. We got to pray for him. 1 year went by quick. Yeah. Yep. It's been a year, all right. So I think that's all I got. Planned. I didn't do much clips today. I'm still shocked that they got pictures of Uranus. James Webb released intense pictures of Uranus. Did you know that, Lady Seesaw? Lady Seesaw, the James Webb released pictures of Uranus. All over the internet. All over the internet. Dean. Baby Yoda. They got pictures of Uranus on the internet. Did you know that? We showed them on the show. I showed pictures of Uranus on the show, guys. Sorry, I had to do it. Not my anus. Uranus. Everybody who's listening, I showed pictures of Uranus and its rings. So that's pretty much the show. Yeah.
La, 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 wait till I get my money right.
You drove Freddie nuts in the end? Yep, sadly. I did. Guys, hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you tell a friend. You guys keep the show running. I like the loyal viewers that we got that hang around. Even if I say something you disagree with, even if I make fun of you a little bit, pick on you a little bit, it's all in good fun. And I like this little group we got here, you know. We've lost a lot of viewership. When the show first started, we were getting 30 viewers at a time. And people have just been dropping like flies. I don't know if they thought I wasn't serious about this. I don't know if they thought that I wasn't going to be consistent. I don't know if they thought that this was just some flaky thing. Sometimes we'll do a show. Sometimes, no. Look at this notebook. I got 1, 2, 3 blank pages left for 3 shows. It's going to end perfectly when I run out of pages because I got notes and stuff in the back here. But 3 blank pages left. But this whole notebook, I can go through this notebook and this is the show plan. This is the notes. And then this is when I've actually put the show plan together. And look, it's gotten so much nicer. It's gotten so much nicer over the year. Let's go back to an earlier time. Oh, that's a blank page. I guess we got like one blank page in there. But we got Battle of the Mind scoreboards in here. We got pages falling out. It's pretty organized. If we go back to the very beginning, though, it's messy. Yeah. See? Show plan of 7/18 last year. I used to put the date at the top. I need to keep doing that. 7/11. Free Slurpee Day. We talked about Agenda 2030 on 7/11. Georgia Guidestones exploded. Twerking Senator. See, so I can go through this notebook and see the whole last year. All my notes in review. Roe v. Wade was overturned. In this one, politicians called for an insurrection. Biblical pros and cons of abortion. Oh yeah, I did a whole Bible deep dive into how the Bible doesn't support abortion. Yeah, this is cool. Look at this one. This one's a mess. Probably because China. Lots of fights canceled, probably because of China. This is a UFC pay-per-view. How much are you selling that notebook for? Liked and subscribed. Looking forward to next Monday. Nice. You just now subscribed, Jeff Hewitt? What the? Freddie ran off a few subs, but you survived. Yeah. Well, ain't nothing gonna kill me. I already died. I already died. I can't die again. But nothing's gonna kill the show. But yeah, this is cool. Got a whole year of all my notes. I got to get a new notebook starting in a couple episodes. So we're almost coming up on the 1 year mark. Watching a native Floridian. I like people from Florida. I'll buy the notebook off you to consider it a donation. Man, I don't know if I want to let it go, Dean. It's kind of like, I don't know. I kind of want to keep it. I consider selling it. Have to be a good price. I also have to go through it and make sure I don't got like passwords or anything wrote down, because sometimes I'll just scribble a password. But yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. We got 3,000 subs. No, you've been subscribed. Well, thank you. But let me find like a song to play us out or something. Anything else going on? Did I miss any news? We'll get updates on this shooting, the arrest of George Masvidal. Oh yeah, UFC 287 review. If you missed the stream, Izzy got the belt back in a crazy ending. Crazy ending. Jorge Masvidal got whooped. As expected. But I expected Pereira to beat Izzy. Workers locked themselves in a bank vault to escape the shooting. Wonder what I could play. I wish I liked more Christian rappers. It's like all I got is Bryson and Tyson. I don't like many others. I feel like there was one good song I heard recently. I can't remember who it was. Are you dangerous? Let's see. Oh, it's coming out soon. Videos. Cold plunge. Anyway, I'm about to head out, guys. I'm just trying to find a song to play us out. It's the greatest lie ever sold. Let's see. Passing through. We'll play Passing Through. All right, we got to add. Let's play this song. Say goodnight to everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Easter. Hope you had a great Easter. Hope you had a great Good Friday. Great Good Friday. All the good stuff. Let's listen to Tyson on the way out. When I leave this place, I don't care about these idols. I am smashing you. Put me in the grave and hit it. Stay, I'm only passing through.
From dust I came, to dust I'll go. I don't want to play the game, I want to touch your soul. I want to live for God, ain't got to trust the rope. Just forget the haters, they a bunch of trolls. Suck it to me one more time. Give me one more.
Hey guys, Dreaded Conservative show every Monday night, kicking the week off right. 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, every Monday night. Let your friends know. Let your families know. If you like it, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell everybody. Live streams throughout the week. Video games, philosophy, theology, politics, news, current events, entertainment. We're trying to win the culture war. We're trying to win the Christian war. All these shiny things they try to capture you. I don't need a fortune, I can take it when I leave this place. I don't care about these idols, I am smashing you. Put me in a grave and here to stay, I'm only passing through. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you next week. Make your way here Monday night. Until next time, I don't have any plans for the rest of the week. I need to get back on my shorts game, but I've been working. I got to work tomorrow. I got to work the rest of this. I need to work a lot the rest of this month, but we need to step up the shorts game, get back on the shorts, keep this ball rolling, keep this snowball rolling, keep it growing, let some people know, let some friends know. Hit the like button if you haven't on your way.